Welcome to this first Hamburg Pride International Human Rights Conference, brought to you today live on the second day of the conference from the wonderful building of Hamburg's Chamber of Commerce, and obviously live into your homes and your offices with Facebook and with YouTube. My name's Natasha Walker, and it's my great pleasure to be your moderator today and to look with you and explore with you the challenges, the achievements, and the future of LGBTI human rights in Europe. Let's take a quick look at the goals and the agenda before we get started. So the objectives for today are twofold. On the one hand, it's more sort of strategic. We're looking at really understanding the challenges that are facing LGBTI in Europe and talking together about what it is that we need to do next. But we'll also take the opportunity of using our time and space here to focus in on the situation in Hungary and in Poland. And that situation, as you are very well aware, is very alarming, and we'll be looking at the effectiveness of the current EU strategies. In terms of the agenda that is, well, first of all, we'll see the great support that we have from the political levels, European, but also here in the wonderful city of Hamburg, and then invite the activists' perspectives to the stage, where we'll be able to really understand the situation as it is in the different countries. Afterwards, after lunch, we will have the political perspective from the European Parliament level, and then we'll have a discussion with all of our speakers and with you, wherever you are in this room, but also outside this room, on what it is that we need to do, next steps. Now, this is a hybrid discussion, a hybrid conference. We have about 30 people here in the room, maybe even a few more. And we have no idea how many people we have outside, but for all of us, let's really respect that others' opinions may be different to ours and that we have a great diversity here in the room. I'm very excited to hear the diverse experiences and opinions. Let's also stick to time, and please also be active. We have an instrument that you can use, whether you're in this room or outside the room, called Slido. For all of you who are in the room, let me just show you the QR code. You can feel free to just put your mobile phone on this QR code, just take a photo of it, sort of thing, and then it will take you directly to the Slido website. If you are outside of this room, you can also use the QR code, but Patrick Ott has also put the link into the Facebook or the YouTube. Not yet, he's just about to, so you'll also be able to take active part. We're really looking forward to that. There is interpretation. The conference is in English, but if you'd like to listen in German, then feel free to use the interpretation. And thank you at this stage also to our wonderful interpreters for your support. All right, and without any further ado, let me hand over to the person who's responsible for us all being here for this first Hamburg Pride International Human Rights Conference, Patrick Ott from Hamburg Pride. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, an applause for we can hear each other.
I realize I'm really nervous right now. Sorry. Embarrassing, but who knows me is used to it. Dear Katharina, dear Victoria and Mate, dear Justina and dear Manuel, and I wrote members of the parliament, but I can say dear Ann-Kathrin, and dear guests of the first official Hamburg Pride Human Rights Conference here in the Chamber of Commerce, and outside to all who are streaming right now and later. Reaching this day today was quite a journey. The image film you've just saw in the beginning was made for the bid for EuroPride 2020, maybe 4 to 5 years ago. Our bid didn't win, and our colleagues from Thessaloniki Pride well deserved the title of EuroPride 2020, which maybe will held in 2023. During the aftermath of our bid, one thing was very clear. For the 40th anniversary of the Pride movement in Hamburg, we'll deliver something great. Instead of one Pride week, we've decided to do 2. And today marks one of the spearhead and a new step of the international engagement of Hamburg Pride for the international queer movement. There's still a lot to do in Germany. The full adjustment of marriage equality when it comes to adoption laws, and the access to reproductive medicine, the addition of queer rights into our constitution, and the abolishment of the transsexual laws, and to be replaced by a true right of self-determination. And these are just examples. When it comes to the society, news of violence against queer people are getting quite regular here. But all in all, we have to say our queer community can never be seen as an isolated movement. We are part of an international community. So yesterday, as the first part of this conference, we heard encouraging and disturbing reports of queer people living in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, in Marseille, in Prague, and in Managua. These are all sister cities of Hamburg. And today we've invited great guests from Hungary, Poland, and a member of the European Parliament to talk further about what needs to be done for our queer siblings right in front of our open gate, where we're so proud of here in Hamburg. We're opening the stage for our queer siblings living in hostile environments right in front of our doors. I'm very grateful that we are able to do this, and it were not possible without the support of the members of the Parliament, especially Ann-Kathrin Kammeyer and Farid Müller, and in the end, without the effort of the Behörde für Wissenschaft, Forschung, Gleichstellung und Bezirke. And on behalf of the board, I would like to thank especially Katharina Bug and Dorothee Bramlage, who gave great support during this process. And now I'm looking forward to the speeches and the discussions, and I hope you all will be engaged and be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for bringing everybody here today. And now the first expression of political support comes from Katharina Fegerbank, who's the second mayor here in Hamburg and Senator for Science, Research and Equal Rights. Thank you. An applause, please. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's fantastic to be here. And Pata, I'm also a little nervous, as I usually are when I'm here with you and with the community. And I would really like to say thank you for putting this together. When we first spoke about your plans of having a human rights conference, I thought, and that was 2.5 years ago, I thought that is quite ambitious. Not only talking about the situation here in Hamburg or in Germany or in Europe, but really have a focus on the issues, on the challenges, achievements, but also the rollbacks of the community worldwide. But you did it, and you made it. And I don't know whether you all know here in this hall, but also the people who are in front of their laptops in the live stream. Pata, he used to live here in Hamburg, but he now lives in Cologne, so he really organized the whole thing from Cologne, and we are very happy to have you here. And you being nervous, I think some things never change, so it has to be like that. It's fantastic that you set all this up, and I would like to say thank you to Hamburg Pride. I did that several times over the last 10 days, because I think it has not taken for granted that in these times, corona pandemic times, you really managed to set up a fantastic program for 2 weeks, really. Fantastic panel discussions, exhibitions, talks, and that you really made possible what we didn't believe in a few months ago, namely to come together and to really have an exchange of ideas and thoughts and really see each other again. And I think this was missing. This was deeply missing the past 18 months, and now we have you, and we have all back. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And of course, a very welcome not only to you here in this hall, but also to everybody out there on the screens from the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce, and of course to all those who take part remotely. And maybe there are some people with us, and this is the digital move that we have many people from all over the world, maybe from our participating sister cities in Chicago or Dar es Salaam, Dresden, Lyon, Marseille, Osaka, Prague, Shanghai, or St. Petersburg. So it's really, really good to have that. Yesterday, we already heard representatives of the local pride movements and queer human rights groups and from our sister cities just mentioned to have shared their experiences and talked about the challenges, achievements and plans for the future of their local LGBTIQ communities. And I hope you were able to have lively discussions and learn from each other and take home many great ideas. And today, you just said it, you will focus on the political situation in Europe and the EU strategy for equality, with a conference theme, challenges, achievements, and future. That implies that some progress has been made and that challenges have been tackled in some way and that achievements have been made. And while I must note right away, many who listen today will have good reason to see more backward movement than progress. But I would like to first acknowledge the achievements of those who live equalities in all aspects of life and general acceptance. And let's consider the status quo. General acceptance in society and support for equal rights has increased in the EU overall. Since 1999, the EU has the legal power to take legal action in cases of discrimination due to sexual orientation or identity. Since then, many legal provisions have been established and measures have been taken to expand the scope of legal and social protection for members of the LGBTIQ community. 13 EU states recognize same-sex marriage. In 8 EU states, there is the option to register a registered partnership. 6 EU states, however, do not legally recognize same-sex partnerships. Organizations in our civil society promote institutional change, and that's why the European Commission supports LGBTIQ organizations in Europe, for example, the ILGA Europe. And now let's take a look at the challenges, and there are many. According to the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, 43% of LGBTIQ persons said they felt discriminated in 2019. 2019, almost 50%. In 69 states outside the EU, same-sex relationships are considered a criminal offense. Some countries even impose the death penalty. In April 2019, the EU strongly condemned legislation in Brunei, for example, where the persons in a same-sex relationship may be sentenced to death by stoning, prison, or flogging. In some places, state authorities are part of a system that suppresses LGBTIQ rights and even block protections from hostility and violence. Now, as before, the EU protects and furthers LGBTIQ rights as one of their priorities. And in this context, the EU Commission has presented the first strategy for equality of LGBTIQ in November 2020. And in this strategy, member states are called to expand existing processes and develop their own action plans for gender equality. And I'm very clear on this. Modern Europe needs to take on a leadership role in gender politics that includes all people, whatever their sexual orientation or identity, religion or heritage is. Europeans must not be afraid of their coming out. They must not be afraid of living in the relationship they feel is right for them. Human rights must be protected by the European Union, and homophobic speech must not be accepted. And the EU strategy came in just in time, it seems. We just heard it and we discussed it many times these days. In Hungary, legislation was passed recently prohibiting queer content for juveniles in schools, media and advertising, which severely limits their right to information. LGBTIQ persons are increasingly subject to hate and exclusion, while nationalistic and often homophobic and transphobic attitudes are on the rise again. In July, a pride march in the Georgian capital was cancelled due to violent protests, and in Poland, some municipalities designated LGBT-free zones and LGBT ideology-free zones again a violation of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. The idea of declaring zones where certain groups of society are unwelcome for their sexual orientation brings back worrying memories of dark times in history that must never be forgotten. When, if now, is the time to learn from this history? Here in Germany, we can just point out at others without looking at our own record. And Pata just mentioned it. ILGA Europe's Rainbow Map and Rainbow Index 2020 show Germany in the midfield, at least when considering the compliance and implementation of human rights for LGBTIQ persons. The index gives a percentage as a measure of equality. Germany achieved a score of 51%, just barely in the green zone on the chart, and just above average for the EU overall score. So there is still a lot to do, I think. This cannot be the standard Germany aims for. ILGA Europe makes concrete recommendations for improvements. Protections under the constitutions of all states is one of them. While Hamburg is among the 16 federal states in Germany that have implemented policies tackling hatred against sexual orientation and gender equality, only 7 have policies tackling intersex hatred, Hamburg included. Recognition of transparenthood and the development of a fair, transparent legal framework for legal gender recognition based on a process of self-determination are also on the list of recommendations for Germany. And isn't Europe all about diversity? The EU has 24 official languages in addition to about 60 minority languages spoken by many small groups. It is this diversity that we all have in common. While we cherish and protect each language, we have a duty to protect everyone's identity and culture, which includes everyone's gender, however their gender community may be, or however small the gender community may be. Equality and non-discrimination are central values and fundamental rights in the EU. They are anchored in EU policies and in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So if we can handle 24 languages and more in Europe, surely we can handle more than 2 gender identities. And the Hamburg Senate, just to come back here to our beautiful city, will use the instruments available to defend these fundamental rights within the scope of governance as part of our Rainbow. We are part of the Rainbow City Network, and we are taking part in a joint EU project with other cities, 18 other cities, to create a guidance document for administrative bodies that have no active experience in LGBTIQ policies and politics. And we are also using our city sister network to raise awareness of the situation of LGBTIQ and all their needs. And we are right in the process of developing our action plan for the acceptance of gender diversity and sexual gender identity. I think this is a very open process, so everybody is invited to take part and make suggestions in which fields and with measures and concrete projects we can further develop it. I will close with coming back to this year's motto, or last year's and this year's motto of the Pride Weeks, keep on fighting together. I think a lot has been achieved. There's still a lot to be done on a local, on a national, on a European level, but we can maybe give hope that when we do it together and when we keep on fighting together, don't let the community do this fighting by themselves, but we all as allies, then I think we can look in a good future and hoping for a better society in which everybody can live freely and in peace and in diversity. And this is what I want for this city, for Germany, of course, for Europe, and hopefully one day for the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lady Mayor. And it's really, one of the international visitors who's here today said how wonderful it was to walk here and just see the flags flying. So I think this is the ideal place for us to have this international conference right now. And you spoke about the importance of Europe taking a leading role in the world, and also the importance of Europe standing for the human rights of all of its citizens and inhabitants. And our next expression of political support comes from Helena Dalli, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament. And it's coming to us not live, but via a video.
Dear organizers of Hamburg Pride, dear community, thank you very much for organizing this international conference on the occasion of CSD Hamburg. It is so very necessary. You know better than many what has long been a reality outside of Europe. Russia only has a key word. And this is now also spreading to the European Union. Probably many of us could not have imagined this 10, 15 years ago, what is now a reality in some member states of the European Union. And as a member of the European Parliament and its Vice President, I fight against this every day with many fellow allies. What are we talking about? We're talking about LGBTIQ-free zones in Poland, where municipalities practically write on the town signs that no queer people live there. Are they not allowed to live there? Should they not live there? Whatever they mean by this. We know how it plays out in practice. In my social democratic parliamentary group in the European Parliament, there is a member called Robert Biedron, who is the only Polish politician who is openly homosexual. And he has described it very impressively in many speeches in the European Parliament. For example, when he goes to a cafe with his husband and the entrance sign says, "Homosexuals not wanted here." Especially here in Germany, it takes your breath away and it makes your stomach turn. Because we know where such words can lead in the end. The second most obvious example is Hungary. There, within a good 10 years, Viktor Orban has now transformed his country into a regime that has nothing to do with democracy. One of the last stones in this bulwark against democracy is his anti-LGBTIQ law, where he equates homosexuality with child abuse, and he also denies that queer life is a normal part of reality and should be presented as such in the media. But not only in those two countries, that's where it's worst, but also in many other countries, homo, trans and queer phobia is the order of the day. The European Parliament is clearly, very clearly, on the side of the community with a huge majority. We also do what we can within the framework of our competencies, within the framework of what we can do legally, and of course also through actions, by being loud, by drawing attention to these conditions. At the end of the day, it is the Commission and the Member States who have the power to put an end to these conditions. The Commissioner for Equality, Helena Dalli from Malta, has already taken a very important step. She has cut off funding to those municipalities that have declared themselves LGBTIQ-free. This has led to the Polish government tripling the funds which they send to those same municipalities. So you see, this is part of a bigger narrative of this government. And with that, I would like to conclude. We must be very clear that we are fighting powerful opponents here. The fact that people like Orban or Kaczynski act in such a queer, hostile way does not, or at least not only, have to do with the fact that perhaps they have had a disturbed mother-son relationship or something else happened in their childhood. I don't know. It's a strategy, and it's a global strategy at that, and we have to be aware of this. There is a very large, global, well-funded network, and it's called World Congress of Families, where billions flow in from the evangelical movement in the United States, or from Russian oligarchs, or the European Union from some individuals. And they have declared the fight against LGBTIQ, and they have declared the fight against feminism to be their essential objective. I call it objective, but it is more than clear that this is only an intermediate objective, because what they're actually doing is rolling back human rights altogether. They intend to roll back freedoms and democracy. They're basically about making the traditional family and the church to be the decisive institutions once again. Maybe if you do an online search for World Congress of Families, and maybe also Ordo Juris, which is the corresponding institution in Poland, you will very quickly come across what I mean. What does that mean for us? It means for us that we have to be clear about the fact that we have a powerful opponent and that we need to act accordingly. I would be very grateful if we would join forces, if there were less antagonism, which there sometimes is, even within these groups which I have mentioned. When we are clear that we are fighting the same battle, which is the fight for freedom, the fight to live and to love the way we want to, which is, a way that doesn't hurt anyone else. That would be my request. And I would be happy if you would also include this thought in your international conference. I wish you a lot of success and, of course, a wonderful CSD. Happy Pride.
Thank you so much, Katarina, for giving us that sense of urgency as well, and reminding us that we are in a global fight against this very, very well-organized strategy and threat to human rights in general. And you also mentioned, and we also heard it from Katharina Fegerbank as well, the need to work together, to fight together, stand together. And one way to do that is in the Rainbow Cities Network. And our final speech this morning is by Manuel Rosas Vasquez, who is coordinator for the Rainbow Cities Network. Over to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear Lord Mayor of Hamburg, Katharina Fegenbach, dear Victoria Radjaki from Budapest Pride, dear Justyna Nakielska from Campaign Against Homophobia, distinguished guests, dear all. First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers of Hamburg Pride for the invitation, and particularly to Patrick Orth for making possible my participation with you today. I, as many people from this room and in your living rooms that are watching on their screens, I grew up in a city that lacked the legal instruments or policies that could guarantee my education, development, and self-expression without harassment and homophobia. Back then, I was forced to live in a closet. I was forced to hide, and I was thought to be ashamed of who I was. Thankfully, I had a great family that embraced me and supported me, so that's how I became who I am. Thanks to that, I am standing here in front of you. Thanks to that love and support, I'm able to live now in a country, Germany, and in a city that does not only protect me, but also celebrates my identity and orientation, but more importantly, allows me to thrive. Many are not as lucky as me, as lucky as here in Germany. As you all know, cities are a natural magnet that attracts people from many walks of life, but it also is the place where most discrimination and social fracture occur. The members of the Rainbow Cities Network take the LGBTIQ plus individuals at their core when creating policies to include everyone. Hamburg belongs, of course, to our organization, and it's a founding member of Rainbow Cities Network. But many cities in Europe and around the world still lack such an approach. Since last week, Hamburg started its Pride celebration, or as better is known here as the CSD, or Christopher Street Day. I have to say, when I moved into Germany, it was a new thing for me. I always knew it as Pride. And besides the joy that this brings to the city and to the members of the LGBTIQ plus community, we need to reflect what Pride, or CSD, really mean. For me, Pride is about honoring the NGO volunteers, social workers, community organizers, the people who work with LGBTIQ youth, the trans woman that advocates for sexual work, the people who are fighting to make sure that it's not just about marriage equality, but the quality of life for everybody in our communities and in our cities. Some countries, such as Russia and Uganda, use anti-gay legislation to erect moral barriers against the unstoppable flow of globalization. Others, like Egypt, Turkey, try to demonstrate their virtue by cracking down on transgender women. Closer to where we're standing today, in Poland, the outrageous declaration of the LGBT free zones, and Hungary and its controversial law is a clear sign that we are far from the fight of our rights to be over. Where once the Iron Curtain divided our continent, a rainbow curtain now divides Europe. In Western Europe, we gay people enjoy a quality of life better than anywhere on the planet. Not only because we are free to marry and adopt, however, in Eastern Europe, reality is not so good. In 7 EU countries, including Hungary and Romania, less than half of the population agree that the gay people should have the same rights as their straight counterparts. Civil partnerships are not offered in 6 EU countries, and for this, we need to stand together. Finally, let's remember that Pride is a fight, and in a fight means no person is left behind. So when people beyond the rainbow line want to stop talking about the issues that a black trans woman faced, when people want to stop talking about the issues of a gay refugee faced, we need to ask them clear and loud, what is that makes them so uncomfortable? Because this is a time when we need to address intersectional discrimination. This fight is just not only about identity or policies, but it's also about justice, and this is about the Europe that we are going to bring to this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers so far. And I think this is amazing. I mean, it just shows the range of support that this conference, that Hamburg Pride, and also the Pride movement in general is experiencing. And I think that's what we've also heard. There is room also to celebrate and reason to say we have achieved a lot, there has been progress, but it's definitely time to also look very, very hard and very seriously at the challenges. And we'll be doing that just now. First of all, though, I think it's time for you to speak. Whether you're in this room or outside of this room, we need to know what you think, and we need to get to know you a little bit better. So let's move back to Slido, if we can. I'm just going to ask the technology to put the Slido screen back up on your screen so you can get the QR code if you didn't get it yet. Otherwise, just go on slido.com and you can enter the password Hamburg Pride, just one word, and then you'll be able to get on there. And what I'm going to do is ask you some questions so we get to know you a little bit better. The first question that I'm going to ask you is, for your experience, what we have achieved as and for the LGBTI community in the EU. Give short answers, and don't worry if you want to write in German, that's also absolutely fine. You don't need to write in English. We've achieved, Nicole. Good. What have we achieved so far? Let me just give that to you. We've heard a lot from our speakers so far, but what do you think we've achieved? What's most important for you? Visibility is coming. And please feel free to write in German, as I say. Let's get some more. I think it asks you for your name, doesn't it? No problem. Oh, we got pride, stolz, the freedom zone. So we actually were able to respond quickly to the free zones with the freedom zone. The marriage for everyone. Marriage again. What else have we achieved? Let's get some more answers. Things that you're proud of. Let's see people writing in this room. You can also feel free, if you're in this room, just shout out, what else have we achieved? We have an LGBTI strategy, equality strategy, more safety. That's interesting. That's going to be a question that I'm going to ask you more about later. The freedom zone is coming up there, mentioned by a lot of people. Solidarity of the allies, as we heard from Katharina just now as well. Okay, so it's obviously not that difficult for us to say this is what we have achieved, but obviously we've heard it's not necessarily going to be enough. And my next question for you is, what gives you sleepless nights? LGBTI in the EU, what gives you sleepless nights? Again, short answers, English, German, probably have a bit more problem with Hungarian. There he is. What gives you sleepless nights? The violence. Hungary and Poland. The shift to the political right, this perhaps global movement to the political right, adoption, the question of lack of equality in rights for adoption. Josef Sayer. Hate, violence, the Catholic Church is up there, the right-wing rollback, the situation in Poland, the rollback. Everyday discrimination is there, transphobia, Putin, Erdogan. It's very interesting that you are personifying a lot of these fears as well, that we're seeing that there are very influential political figures that are giving us sleepless nights. And I have to say that maybe it's because it's the second question, but it seemed to be easier for you to answer this question. I don't know whether that's important, but it seems that, the sense of urgency really is giving us sleepless nights. Let me ask you the first question on safety. This is a very personal question for queer people in the place that you live in. So whether you are part of the queer community or not, how safe can a queer person feel where you live in the EU? So, pretty safe so far. Oh, but not everywhere. I wonder if anyone in this room pressed the 3 and would like to. It was the Hungarian situation. Do you live in Budapest? Yeah, and that's where we're seeing a 3. So it's a very mixed picture, which goes back to what Katharina Dalli was saying. Katharina Dalli is saying that it's not the same situation that we have across the EU. And maybe the next question will also show that again. How safe can a queer person feel in the EU overall? So if we're looking at all 27 states, it's very strange for a British person to say 27. I used to say 28. So how safe? We're probably on the fence, aren't we? Because if we're saying that it's a real mixed picture, overall, we're saying we've got a medium score of 5.1. Not really good enough. Okay, thank you. Let me ask you another couple of questions. We're in the middle of a pandemic, in case you hadn't noticed. Considering the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on LGBTIQ communities in Europe, has the situation improved, stayed the same, or got worse? Has there been an impact, basically, of the pandemic on the situation for queer communities? Oh, it's interesting. Some people are saying it's improved. Has anyone here in the room said that it's improved? be great to know where and how. Yeah, could we just take the microphone to this participant, please? And if you'd like to just say your name before you speak. Thank you.
Ja, ich heiße Wolfgang Krömer und mache hier mit beim Pink Channel Radio im Queer-Format. Und hier in Hamburg hat sich die Situation verbessert, seitdem der totale Lockdown nicht mehr existiert. Man kann sich wieder treffen in der Community.
Okay.
We need to have our places within the community, and within the lockdown we couldn't meet each other. Now we can again.
Right, thank you. So during lockdown, much worse, and I think that that's what a lot of people are also referring to, the lockdown situation. We weren't able to meet, but afterwards, much better. Thank you. All right, let's, the last question now. We've heard a lot of things about what we need to do, and we'll be discussing this throughout the rest of the day. But if I can give you the opportunity of picking three, which of the three of the following do you think we need to do most urgently to strengthen the human rights of queer people in the EU? Campaigning public awareness education of the general public, training healthcare professionals to avoid discrimination and stigmatization, training police to avoid discrimination and stigmatization, political lobbying at local and regional levels, censoring EU member states for human rights violations, and I'm trying to go down. We also have supporting civil society and human rights defenders, pushing for Europe to take on a leading role in the world, addressing the intersectionality, as we just heard, or multiple discrimination, something else, or nothing. You say, no, everything's fine. But I had to put that one in. So what have we got? Oh, my goodness. This seems to be something where we're really looking at the general narrative for the general public. 71% of you have chosen campaigning public awareness and education. But right hard on its heels is the censoring for EU member states who are violating LGBTI human rights. Actively supporting the civil society and human rights defenders is in third place. And there's support also for the EU to speak out for LGBTI rights on the world stage. Okay, and we'll be picking up on those answers later as we go through our program, particularly in the discussion this afternoon. Thank you so much. That's got a little bit more of an idea. We've now got a little bit more of an idea of who's in the room and outside of the room. Thank you very much for that. And now let's get into much more detail regarding the situation in Poland and Hungary. We have three perspectives, also taking us into the time after lunch, starting with two activists, and as I said, after lunch, a political perspective. Justyna Nakielska is from the Campaign Against Homophobia in Warsaw, and we've already heard there's a lot to do. It must be a really stressful situation also, but we're really excited to hear your take on the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, Justyna. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go through, if you have any questions, there will be time for Q&A after Justyna has spoken. So if you have any questions, just pop them in the Your Input part of Slido, and then I can pick them up afterwards. Thank you.
So, hello everybody here in the room and in front of your computers and phones. I'm Justyna Nakielska, and I'm an advocacy officer from Campaign Against Homophobia in Poland. And today, as you can clearly see in the title of my presentation, I will try to tell you a story about the situation of LGBT community in Poland, particularly concentrating on challenges, our achievements, and I will try to make a short glimpse to the future. First, shortly, who we are, who is a campaign against homophobia, and what do we do. We like to think that we fight to change hearts and minds of people, of Polish society, so that every LGBT plus person in Poland could be themselves. As some speakers said before, the situation in Poland is a pretty challenging one right now. So our goal seemed to be more and more difficult. But as an organization, as an LGBT organization working all over Poland, we work nationally, we try to do everything that is possible to make this goal come true. How do we do that? We have a lot of different, a lot of various activities. For example, we do a lot of advocacy work on a local level, regional level, and national level, if possible, and international level. We do a lot of strategic litigations. We offer legal and psychological support to everybody that comes to us. We also monitor the situation very closely, and if we see somebody that clearly needs our help, we reach to these people. So it's not only people coming to us, but we are actively monitoring on what's happening on the ground. We do social campaigns. So as we saw just right now, raising people awareness and invest in education is a crucial part of our work, and it seems that for all the people that participated in Slido survey, it is important as well. We do a lot of ad hoc mobilization actions of many kinds. Many times it's reaching out to politicians to put pressure on them to change their minds on something. We maintain and build institutional and business partnerships of many kinds. It can be NGOs, it can be national human rights institutions, other kind of human rights institutions, and more and more companies that want to be rainbow ones. We also organize, since many years, the Academy of Engaged Parents. So it's like a training program for future parent activists who want to fight for the rights of their children. In general, I will, as I said before, I will try to divide my story about Poland in three parts. First, I will talk about challenges. In part one, I will tell you about the famous zones in Poland. In the second part of challenges, I will try to make a broader picture on what's happening in Poland right now. Later, I will tell you about our achievements, not to stay with deep sorrow. And in the end, I will show you something about the future. So, the zones. I think right now everybody is pretty, well, let's say everybody knows or heard about the zones in Poland. But I must say that homophobia in Poland didn't start with LGBT-free zones. Since 2018, we experienced first homophobic comments of high-ranked politicians. It was already mentioned today, Jarosław Kaczyński, giving an open hate speech towards the public. It's like a milestone for us when thinking about systemic homophobia and transphobia in Poland. I think the second milestone was so-called LGBT plus declaration. It is a document, actually a Warsaw capital city, urban policy for LGBT plus community. It is, we've been lobbying for it with other organizations. The whole process was led by Love Does Not Exclude organization, also based in Warsaw. The aim of this document was to support LGBT plus community in the capital city. Among others, for example, funding special helpers in schools for our community, or to open a hostel where LGBT youth or community in general, but mostly youth who fled from their homes could find a safe shelter. As you can see, these are the photos from this very happy day up then. But what happened next, I think nobody has or could ever expect. We experienced a great backlash, and starting from March of 2019, some local communities have started to declare themselves LGBT-free, to be exact, free from LGBTI ideology, or later they started to adopt discriminatory family rights charter. The photo you can see is Atlas of Hate, an informal initiative of local LGBT activists who transferred the discriminatory regions to a map. And in red, you can see so-called LGBT free zones that still cover nearly 1/3 of Poland. So these are the two resolutions that I told you about. And you may ask me, like, you've heard about LGBT free zones, you know, what they are, why they are even so dangerous. Maybe there is a lot of people saying that they are only political declarations. So I wanted to firstly stress the fact that the important here is the number. At the peak point, there was around 100 of them all over Poland. Second thing is looking closer to what they actually say about, like in the resolutions, what they actually say and how do they express their opinions on LGBT community. So just to quote a couple of examples. Shockers interested in early sexualization of Polish children. Demoralization of our children. They form a threat, and we must defend Polish tradition and families. A threat to the traditional family and children. Promoting anti-civilization. In one resolution we read, we declare support for the family based on traditional values and the protection of the education system against LGBT propaganda that threatens the correct development of the young generation. Homo propaganda. Aggressive, lying, and harmful LGBT ideology. Pathologies. Foreign or dangerous ideology. This is what we can read in the resolutions. I want to now make a short glimpse on what we've been doing against resolutions to stay a little bit in the topic. So here you can see us in Kraśnik. Kraśnik is like a symbol of LGBT free zones in Poland. Here we are in a city council session fighting against resolution calling on on the council to cancel it. They haven't up then. So what do? We go physically to visit LGBT-free zones and participate in local city county council sessions. We send a lot of intervention letters. We do a lot of comments for traditional media. We try to raise awareness, international and national awareness, and we, for example, visit European Parliament in November 2019 to talk about LGBT-free zones. We visit a Danish Parliament where a special session was held, and we talked about the situation in Poland. We do strikes, and actually we participate in strikes, protests, and we support LGBTI groups demanding to cancel the zones, or on national or regional or on international level. You may have heard also about a pretty famous photo action that actually moved public opinion about what's happening in Poland. And that was the artistic performance photo op of Bart Staszewski, an LGBT activist from Poland. He was driving from city to the city, putting a plaque that you can see there saying LGBT free zone in some regions or cities that decided to adopt anti-LGBT resolutions. And, you know, he traveled all around Poland putting the plaques, and if possible, he was photographing LGBT people in front of the plaques. The message was really strong, and it attracted more of public opinion. This is Bart, as you can see in the last photo with his plaque. What else do we do when, to spread the news about the zones? We above all, we support and empower local initiatives and activists online. They just feel alone there, lost a little bit, but with a lot of force and will to fight the zones in the region. We do mailings to local governmental authorities, for example, with official documents, resolutions of European Union, European Parliament or Commission, so that we have no doubt that they are well informed about breaches or how the LGBT-free zones breach national and EU law. We inform international authorities and organizations about the situation in Poland. We complain to commissioners demanding their actions. We attract media's attention. We, for example, also did a very, very long campaign on infringement now, demanding the infringement, initiating the infringement procedure by European Commission. We did up then, for example, a Twitter storm directed to EU commissioners in Belgium. We did also an international campaign with All Out. We launched an online petition that was given to EU Equality Commissioner Helena Dalli. One of our representatives went to Brussels, and when we launched this online petition, we gathered above 300,000 of signatures from people demanding immediate action on Poland. This is us and Helena Dalli in Brussels. And I would like you to show a short video from this very day. It was a secret action organized in the evening just after delivering over 300,000 signatures to Helena Dalli. May I? Thank you. We decided to mix several advocacy strategies, also to attract the attention, but also to make our voice heard and put additional pressure on EU institutions. But before I will arrive to our achievements, because you may guess on this field what our achievement is, I would like to tell you something more about general challenges, not only concentrating on the zones, but making a glimpse to general situation of LGBT community in Poland. I think the first, sadly, and the biggest challenge that we have is our government. So people who should represent every citizen of our country. We have a very homophobic and transphobic government who doesn't care about LGBT community. What's more, they openly attack us using very brutal hate speech towards our community. I think one of the milestones of this homo and transphobia used by highest ranked authorities in the country was the year 2019 and the elections. Up then, in the beginning of the year, we had Euro-parliamentary elections, and our government tried to use the strategy that they used before. That is, when there was so-called refugee crisis in Europe, our government used the rhetorics, this anti-refugee rhetorics, to threaten the Polish society with those masses of migrants that could come to Poland and threat our traditional values. It didn't work again in 2019. They started to look for another strategy that they could implement instead of this one that didn't work. They found LGBT, so to speak. They launched a very hateful campaign on LGBT community, calling us, in many ways similarly to what you can find in the resolutions, a threat to traditional Polish values, to Christianity. They called us disease. They called as pedophiles. They started with the narratives of LGBT wanting to sexualize kids, and so on and so on. It's deeply sad because when you hear all those words coming from the highest authorities of your country, from the president, the prime minister, and all the most important politicians in the country, it is an open call for the rest of the society that that's just okay to say about LGBT community per pedophiles, or they want to sexualize our kids and are a threat to traditional Polish values. Catholic Church. Poland is traditionally seen as a pretty Catholic country. I must say, or revise this this opinion a little bit, because it's less and less like that. People are frustrated with what's happening in the country, also with the church as an institution, but also with many cases of pedophilia among the hierarchies of the Catholic Church. But they support, they go hand in hand with our homophobic, transphobic government. And in the churches, they tell people everything that you can hear from the government. So it's like, one support the others, and Catholic Church played a crucial role in Law and Justice. Our ruling party came into power. if you think about that, it's a pretty clever move because you have churches all around Poland. There is no other institution present in so many places. I'm sure you have a lot of churches in German too, so you can make yourself an idea how easy then your answer is to get to the society. It's been mentioned already, and I'm happy it was mentioned, I think, by Vice President that we've heard from the video. Our enemy is very powerful, and we have to be conscious about that. It's very well organized, far-right, fundamentalist organizations. It's not only about the World Congress of Families, which is like the biggest one, but as Vice President mentioned, Ms. Vice President mentioned, it's also about Ordo Juris or pro-life, pro-right to live initiatives in Poland, who, for example, not only works against LGBT ideology, they say, so not only LGBT ideology, but also against gender ideology. So it's like all mixed up in a one strategy against human rights. Just to give you some examples, in 2019 during Europarliamentary parliamentary elections, and yet last year during presidential elections, so nearly 2 years in a row, every day in Polish streets, towns, little towns, bigger towns, wherever you could, there were homophobic buses running all around with loudspeakers shouting on the streets that LGBT must be stopped, pedophiles, threat to families, sexualization of kids, and so on and so on. The government didn't do anything. Moreover, the police were stopping everybody that were trying to oppose this homophobic buses. There is an initiative running right now again to stop LGBT pride marches all around Poland. It's going to reach the parliament soon, I guess. One of the most important things is also rule of law crisis, because if the legal system, the cards, doesn't work well, we have no way or no efficient way to fight for our rights. Rule of law crisis manifests itself in many ways in Poland. I don't have enough time to tell you about every manifestations of it, but just to make a glimpse, it's how we experience it, how LGBT community experience it is because of repressions. So there is a lot of inadequately used political force, political services, or law enforcement against LGBT community. There are people hanging rainbow flags on the statues that are arrested or detained because, for example, the statue was Jesus Christ. So they are detained telling that, like based on the fact that a rainbow flag can be a blasphemy when you put it next to the Christ. And you just offend religious feelings with your rainbow flag. There is a lot of people detained because of their actions raised from disagreement. There was, for example, an activist who wrote names of LGBT youth that decided to suicide themselves because of homophobia and transphobia. The activist wrote the names of these LGBT persons on the facade of Ministry of Education. And of course they were detained and instead of hearing how bad the situation is so that children decide to kill themselves, we had a speech from the Ministry of Education of how badly damaged was the facade. There are people arriving to your house at 6 a.m. because you put a Rainbow Rainbow Mary stickers around the city. So, you know, all this kind of repressions build a bigger atmosphere of intimidation, of chilling effect, because, you know, if the police comes to your home at 6 a.m. just because you put a rainbow sticker, well, think again, think twice if you really want to do something for LGBT community yourself. Generally, our challenge is intimidation. Because of everything I told you before, people feel more and more intimidated. There is a constant atmosphere of fear, even in bigger cities. Couple of months ago, there was a gay couple stabbed in Warsaw, capital city, because they were holding hands together. And this is a very vivid example of how hateful words become hateful, aggressive, physical actions and attacks, just clearly attacks to LGBT community. There is also, just briefly, maybe we can talk about it in a panel later on, there is disinformation campaigns running on. And in July this year, there was a report published, commissioned by Special Committee on Foreign Interference in all democratic processes in the European Union, including disinformation. This report states clearly that there were several tactics used about the LGBT community to raise the atmosphere of intimidation, to raise disinformation and chaos in Poland, for example. One of, just to name one of them, it's presenting LGBT community as pedophiles and the ones who want to sexualize your kid. To finish the part of challenges, we have very weak systemic protection for LGBT community in Poland. As for Rainbow Map, led by ILGA Europe, second year in a row, Polish reached the last place in EU when it comes to legal protection for LGBT community. We have no partnership, no marriages, no even hate crimes recognized in our legal system. So it's this situation when systemically homophobia and transphobia does not exist because the system doesn't even recognize it. Not to finish up with sorrows, as I said, a little bit about our achievements. First and very latest one is EU launching an infringement procedure against Poland and Hungary, which I believe Vicky will tell you in a moment. This is something we were fighting for over 2 years. It was like a long distance strategy, and we consider it as a great success because I must say, I would like to hear the words that Lady Mayor of Hamburg said today. I would like to hear someday these the same words from my president. This is why this kind of actions from institutions, from high-ranked politicians is so important. They give a lot of courage to the communities in Poland and for sure in Hungary as well. And general achievements, from our point of view, our local preoccupation became a European preoccupation. There was a lot of scattered actions that we are very happy, proud about, because they were taken to reach our common goal, to improve LGBT community life, and also to infringe against Poland because of LGBT free zones. there was a lot of public pressure and worldwide attention that provoked a chilling effect. And thanks to that, since July 2012, no new anti-LGBT resolutions or family rights charter were adopted. Local authorities, previously just adopting many times without knowing, without second thought, now are more conscious and careful. Some of them are even withdrawing the discriminatory resolutions, many times because of European funds. But there are also some other local governments adopting declarations of solidarity with LGBTI community, so something we really seek for. And just as you say, as you may see, some European level actions. So there was a resolution of European Parliament condemning the zones, as we've seen before, EU as a LGBTIQ freedom zone, as a response to the Polish zones. Commissioned at Czech founding, we believe that our first EU LGBTI equality strategy for the upcoming 5 years has been also rushed a little bit because of bad developments in Poland or in Hungary. We also had a reaction from special procedures of United Nations on what's happening in Poland right now. But most of all, our greatest achievement is the solidarity and the visibility. Before 2019, many times when we were reaching to celebrities or anybody that could participate in our social campaigns, many times we've heard that, but there is no homophobia or transphobia in Poland. It just doesn't exist. Now, people are coming to us saying, hey, can I do something because I don't agree with what's happening? This solidarity that has been born because of the backlash that we have nationwide and international-wide is something that our government or all the right-wing parties and initiatives will never take back from us. Future. Very quick glimpse to the future. This is the future as we see. Maybe it's not corresponding well to what I've just showed to you, this tragic situation. But I believe, and that's our goal, to have a Poland of equal rights. And you can follow us on social media. We are in campaign against homophobia. And thank you for your attention. And still later.
Wow. And Justina, that applause just shows the support. Do stay a moment. Just before we take a break, there are a couple of questions that have come in. We have lots of time this afternoon for other questions, but maybe there are just a couple that we can get through. So first of all, Jens says this is not a question, but he wants to just express his great respect for your work. So I think that we've just heard that from everybody else who's in this room as well. Now there's the big question on how can we, who are not in Poland, support LGBT people in Poland. And I think you've given some answers and you've shown that there's a great need to have external forces. But if you were to sum up, what do you think that individuals and other members of organizations can do to support people in Poland?
I'm not sure if we will not talk about that later on. So just briefly announcing and coming back also to my presentation, the solidarity is the key word. So showing every kind of solidarity you may to us, to Polish LGBT community, to raise awareness on what's happening, to invite us, as Patrick did today, to international events dedicated to global equality and advancing LGBTI rights, to talk about the backlash that we experience. Because raising awareness and being present in many places creates pressure on policymakers in Poland, even if it seems nearly impossible, but it does. Later, this public pressure and awareness and demands build pressure on the policymakers in European Union as well. What else you can do? You can check if your city, town is a twin town with any town in Poland, and reach to your local government asking them to reach to the government, to the local government in Poland, asking on what's happening or expressing their even deep concern. As vague it can mean, it's a very strong political sign if a local authority expresses deep concern to another local authority. The message conveyed here is that we are watching you, we don't agree, and that makes the other side think. Right. Also, to instead of cutting the twinning city program, we would recommend to establish a dialogue with local communities, because if you finish the cooperation, you cannot talk, you cannot demand anything. If you are still in this mutual agreement, you can, for example, build policies or projects that will include LGBTI topics. And maybe I will stop here.
And we'll pick it up again later, exactly. Yeah, thank you. There's just one question. You did talk about the role of the Catholic Church and this interdependency with the government. And there's a question here also from Jens. Basically, do you think it would make a difference if the Catholic Church in Germany were to give a very strong message to their Catholic counterparts in Poland supporting LGBTI rights?
I would like to say yes, but I have many doubts about that, because, as I said, Catholic Church is deeply tied with our government, with our far-right government, and they kind of nutriate themselves mutually. So even when Pope Francis was saying some supportive words, there was a strong disagreement between the hierarchy, among the hierarchy of Catholic Church in Poland, pushing their own agenda about LGBTI community. But that's from looking from the perspective of Catholic Church. Will anything change? I really don't think so. But looking, from the perspective of LGBTI community, every message like that is gold for us.
Because of the intimidation that you were talking about as well, to understand that you're not on your own. Right. Thank you, Justina. And there's a lot more that I want to ask you, but let's keep it until we come back together in the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, Justina from Warsaw, Poland. And let's take a break now, because there are a lot of us who are not just in this room, but actually in front of their screens, and they also need to do some stretching and get up from their seats. So let's take a 15-minute break, which will bring us back here at 11:45, please. Thank you. Oh, and please wear your masks. Don't forget, that's why I put it around my... Wear your masks, please. If you're at home, you don't need to wear your mask. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to start to come back in, we'll be just starting in half a minute. Okay, so let me invite everybody to retake their seats. And welcome back to this first Hamburg Pride International Human Rights Conference. And I think that you'll all agree we were not promising too much when we said we would give you good understanding in the EU. So, Justina, that was a great speech. Thank you so much. And now we're moving to Hungary. We seem to always be saying Poland, Hungary in one breath. And so let's have a look at the situation on the ground in Hungary. Victoria Ravani is here from Budapest Pride. And Victoria, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today to tell your story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me just say with that, we have a saying in Hungary, like Poland and Hungary are two great friends, and it has been such an honor to hear a presentation, Justina, because we've been following each other all along this road, but to hear this like compact thing, yeah, thank you, together, it really made me felt proud and appreciative of your work and what we've been doing in the region. So I'm super happy to have you and to be here with you today. So I would like to cover in my presentation a little bit about what's going on in Hungary, because you could easily say that it has been a mess and sometimes hard to follow about what legislation has been passed and what's happening. And I would like to give you some tips or ideas about how can you help us in, surviving this and maybe in coming out stronger than we were before. I'm Victoria Radványi. I'm a board member of Budapest Pride, and I would like to thank for the organizers and everyone who worked on making this conference become a reality. Thank you, Patrick. You've been doing an amazing work, and I think this is super duper important what you're doing here. There are two main ideas that I would like you to take away with you from this short presentation. The first is that the case of Hungary is not just like a local issue. It's not just like a crazy campaign of like one crazy leader. This is an international matter, and this is a matter of international queer solidarity, and this is a matter for the whole European community to deal with. And the second thought that I would like you to take with you to home is that you all can make a difference in this case. A few words about Budapest Pride and what we do. I think we are a little bit of an unorthodox Pride organization in the sense that we have a lot of activities that go beyond the usual Pride activities that you see around the world. We are the most visible LGBTQ organization in Hungary. We are 20 years old, the foundation itself, and we engage 400 volunteers annually. And that number really goes to our strategies and to how we view the situation in Hungary, because we really believe that this is not just an LGBTQ crisis. This is a crisis of democracy, and this really shows how infantile democratic institutions are in Hungary, and what we think should be done is to restore and heal democracy in Hungary. And we think that our role in restoring democracy in Hungary is to engage citizens in self-organizing and standing up for themselves, and teach citizens and give them tools to be able to raise their voices, protect themselves, because even if this horrible era is over, there could be another Orban, there could be another party that attacks its own people. So we really need to strengthen society from the grounds up and give people tools to be able to do that as a community. And this whole idea is what we center all our activities around. We have the 26-year-old Budapest Pride March. Never mind, forget this. We have a 1 month long Budapest Pride Festival with more than 100 events. And the exciting thing about that is we have an open call and everybody can participate, and we have more than 70 civil society members and individuals who participate by organizing an event to the Pride Festival, and this is very, very important to us. We have a solidarity program when we do fundraising for LGBTQ groups outside of Budapest, and we also do very tailored and personalized counseling and best practice sharing sessions with these groups, and we are very happy to announce that one of our partners in the solidarity program in the city of Pécs will be organizing Hungary's first ever Pride March outside of Budapest on September 18th. So if you happen to be around Hungary, we would really love you to all come to Pécs and celebrate this magnificent event. And maybe we can give like a round of applause to the people in Pécs, because they are doing amazing. And we are also happy to go to a Pride March in Hungary when all we have to do is have fun and enjoy the march. That's gonna be a first. We also do a lot of campaigning, a lot of like educational type activities and social media and media campaigns. We have a high emphasis on advocacy, both on a local level with civil society members, with political parties and other institutions, and also try to set a strong foot in the international area. We have like a new program coming up called Rainbow Employees, when we want to take this all the knowledge we have about community building and community organizing and take it to workplaces and encourage workers to create LGBTQ groups within their companies and push for equal policies and inclusive treatment at their workplace. We are at the very beginning of that, but very excited about it. And we are also a leading figure in the so-called Rainbow Coalition. Don't Google it, you won't find anything about it. This is also, it has happened, it was like a crisis management thing happening in the past 2 years, which I will talk more about the crisis itself. But we were taking a lead in bringing all LGBTQ organizations and human rights organizations together, create common platforms for cooperation and coordination, and now after 2 years we are at a point when we want to formalize it a little bit, create like a more transparent structure for this coalition, because we have a very diverse array of organizations within the coalition, to be able to utilize everybody's capacities to the best, to be able to react to the different types of crises the Hungarian government throws at us. So that's how our days usually go along. And I would like to ask you a little bit of a quiz. So if you can go back to that Slido QR code that could get you there.
Can we move to the other computer? And then we can see the QR code again. Otherwise, just go on slido.com, and the password, you remember, is Hamburg Pride. Slido.com Hamburg Pride. And shall I put the first, there it is. There's the QR code if you want to use that instead. It's a little bit of a quiz coming up. Shall I press the button for the first question?
Oh yeah, should I do something?
There we go.
Oh yes, so I just wanted to pour you a little bit about who among you have been actually to Hungary and see how amazing our country is, which should surely deserve better than the days we are living nowadays. Oh yeah. So many people. I'm so happy. If you haven't been to Hungary, if this whole pandemic thing is over, we would really love to have you there and show you around and show our beautiful Pride March and our beautiful cultural history. And if we can go to the next question, I would like you to make a guess. And if you can remember a few slides ago, that's going to be a big help for you.
So this is where you can put your names up, first of all, to join the quiz, if you want to be known as the champion afterwards.
Yeah. You can compete.
So look at all these wonderful people. There's Nicole. Okay, so I'm going to start the quiz now.
Okay.
All right.
So can you guess when was the first LGBTQ-themed march held in Hungary? I'm not going to give you any clues.
Another 10 seconds. Okay. I think we have everyone
yes.
there. All
Let's
right.
see how many of you guessed it. Yay! Congrats! You're amazing. So yes, and that is actually something we are super proud of, and that's like kind of a foot I wanted to set off on, that after the change of the Soviet regime in 1989, the Hungarian civil society started activating itself very, very swiftly, and even our first gay organization was formed in 1988, which was, they wanted to stop it, but at the end they allowed it. It was like very, very, very end of the regime kind of climate, and this organization, Homeiros organization, immediately started a gay newspaper. They started HIV aiding programs, and they started doing community events. And as the 90s progressed, and suddenly this new era started in Hungary, new LGBTQ organizations were formed. They started doing different type of literature leaflets. They did community events, cultural events. And in 1995, we had Gay and Lesbian Film Festival in a very big cinema in Budapest, and there was a march at the end of the festival to commemorate the victims of HIV and AIDS. And that was the first march type of thing that happened in Hungary, which was a very, very big step for the participants because of the level of publicity there. And we really pioneered in the Central Eastern European region. Most countries in this region started doing pride marches later than that, and even Vienna had its first pride march in 1996. So that was a really, really promising area for Hungarians to be in, and I've met a lot of activists who were organizing. Most of them are still close to the community. There is one guy who gave a speech at the first Pride March, and he has been coming to every single Pride March since that. So it's like a great honor to have these activists around us.
So
yes,
we can see who won. So a lot of people got it
we
right.
We can see who won.
But Patrick was the quickest.
Okay, let's say that now it's worth it to organize this conference. Yeah.
Should I put the next one?
Yeah, that one comes on later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But can we go back to my slides?
Let's go back to the slides now, to Victoria's slides.
I'm so sorry for these last minute changes. I know you don't like it.
Hey, there we are.
Okay. So the 90s had been very, very promising in Hungary. A lot of people were feeling this freedom and self-organize and come together. And these steps of emerging civil society has been followed by very promising steps in public life and in legislation. In 2001, we had our first openly lesbian member of the parliament, 2001. And Clara Ungár came out in an open letter in a newspaper. That was a very big thing. In 2003, we had a very progressive, still to this day on a global level, very progressive anti-discrimination law, fortunately it's still there, which specifically protects people from discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation and gender identity. And these laws, which were passed before Viktor Orbán got elected, are the main reason that if you look at ILGA Europe's rainbow maps, Hungary is in a relatively good position compared to Poland, for example, because in the early 2000s, we had all these laws passed that, really make a difference. In 2007, we had our first openly gay government member who came out at the opening ceremony of Budapest Pride. Like, that video still brings tears to my eyes when I rewatch it. It was really, really touching. And in 2009, just 1 year before Orbán got elected, and that government probably knew that what's coming on, or at least that something's coming on. A law was passed that introduced registered partnership for same-sex couples. That is, of course, far from equality, but it is a very important step in providing legal protection for same-sex couples. Registered partnerships in Hungary provide all the same protections for couples as married, with the exception of joint adoption, artificial insemination, and adopting the child of the partner if they have a child from a previous relationship. So those are off limits, but on every other ground, taxation and inheritance grounds, they provide the same protections, at least on paper. It's another question how certain authorities interpret the law. But, it was a slow but steady progress, and people were feeling that, we are going somewhere, we are going in the right direction. So then, Viktor Orbán got elected in 2010, and almost his first steps as he got into office was to draw up a new constitution. It is called fundamental law, but it's the same thing. And this version of the constitution, it has been changed 9 times since that. But the first version in 2012 added an amendment saying that marriage is a union between a man and a woman. This was unprecedented, still unprecedented in Europe. Romania wanted to copy it with a referendum in 2018, but they had a very low voter turnout, so fortunately that's off the table. But it was very, very shocking to ban equal marriage in the letter of the constitution. So now if Hungary ever wants to achieve marriage equality, we need to change the constitution, which is a very, very big obstacle. And actually this constitutional amendment, this project to write this constitutional amendment was led by József Szájer, who you might heard about. He is the MP who was participating in very homophobic rhetoric throughout his career, and he was busted in Brussels, leaving a gay orgy in the pandemic. And now he's resigned and completely out of the party. And when he was responsible for doing this project. And for a few years after that, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric was kind of out of the picture. The Fidesz government focused on other topics. And there was this. And this has a very, very lot of similarities with the Polish situation. There was this election campaign between 2015 and 18. Yes, a 3 years election campaign, which focused on mainly in a very, very violent anti-refugee narrative, basically saying that George Soros wants to bring all the migrants from the Middle East to Hungary, to your own house and to your own garden, and hurt your kids. And you've seen that. It was this big blue billboard campaign all over the country, funded by our own public money, because it was not classified as an election campaign. It was classified as some kind of national information providing thingy, which will come on, I think, again from around September. But this campaign was, mostly xenophobic and racist and anti-Muslim. It already had very, very hardcore homophobic and transphobic undertones. And that was the point where I think the majority of Hungarian LGBTQ community realized that, okay, we're going to be the next enemy of the state. Because, and this was mostly introduced by this tabloid level framing. I don't know, for just an example, Viktor Orbán was saying that his biggest political opponent is secretly joining gay orgies, and this was like a way of character assassination, that claiming that someone is secretly gay. So that was like a warning shot for our community. And then we didn't have to wait much long till our biggest fears come true, because in 2019, Viktor Orbán's government just kickstarted its full-on anti-LGBTQ campaign. It started and it raised a lot of heads already in 2019 January, when the public TV is fully controlled by the propaganda ministry of Viktor Orbán. And there was a TV show on public channel discussing the pros of conversion therapy with different, I don't know, there was a priest there and a few, journalists who were just saying that conversion therapy is a good thing and should be, allowed and be more accessible. And a few months after that, in 2019 May, László Kövér, who is the Speaker of the House and one of the oldest members of Fidesz, publicly said in an EP campaign, similarly to Poland, then that same-sex couples who adopt are like pedophiles. And that's basically the messaging since that. He also added that the normal homosexual knows that they cannot be equal to heterosexuals. That was 2 years ago, and it was kind of normal for a Fidesz member to say a campaign speech that contains sentences like that. 1 year later, that was only messaging and narrative building and framing, and 1 year later, this anti-LGBTQ messaging has turned into legislation. In 2020 May, when this was the first wave of Corona, you remember, we were all really, really, really scared of this virus. All demonstrations were banned, nobody could network, nobody could self-organize. It was very, very hard for citizens to have their voices heard. And the government just banned legal gender recognition without any warning. It was introduced and passed within 5 or 6 weeks. And before that, there was no law providing the opportunity for transgender people to have their gender legally recognized, but there was a 20-year-long legal practice. It was very bureaucratic and very, very slow, and all the problematic legal gender recognition processes all around the world. But it was something. You needed to have, professional opinions from different doctors and whatnot, but you could change your gender legally before 2020. Now, for Hungarian transgender and intersex persons, there's absolutely no possibility whatsoever. You just get rejected for changing your gender legally, which of course creates a huge basis for workplace discrimination, for healthcare discrimination, and all forms of horrible situations. And even if you're Hungarian citizens and you move to another country, maybe to Germany, you have to wait years to get a new citizenship, and only then you can acquire your passport and your ID and everything to be changed to the gender that you identify with and to the gender you look like. Like, there are now a lot of Hungarian transgender people who, I don't know, look female and live with a male ID, or vice versa. Imagine going to a job interview like that. Like, it is a very, very heartbreaking situation. A few months after that, in October, and you've already probably heard about that because it was well documented in international media, there was a children's book called Fairy Tales Are for Everyone, which was a very new and inclusive children's book with characters from different minorities, LGBTQ characters, Roma, Jewish, disabled, poor characters. It was very, very great. It is still a very, very great book. And the far-right MP destroyed this book and put it in the paper shredder. And Viktor Orbán went on he has this weekly radio announcement, and he went on the radio saying that we are tolerant with homosexuals, but there is a red line, leave our children alone. And that was again a next warning shot about Fidesz will be trying to frame LGBTQ people as pedophiles. And just a few months after that, Fidesz completely banned adoption for gay and lesbian people, even as single parents. Even prior to that, LGBTQ or same-sex couples could only adopt as a single parent, and only one of them could be the legal parent of the child, which is already a very damaging legal situation, and because the family is not protected under the law. But now, if you are not married and you apply for adoption, then the Minister for Family Affairs has to approve your adoption process instead of child protection professionals who had this power before. And I will circle back to that person next time, but this is a de facto ban on adoption for gay and lesbian people. And at the same time, this got a little bit less attention, but it is equally as harmful. In December, Fidesz dismantled Equal Treatment Authority. And that was like a really, really horrifying thing, because Equal Treatment Authority was the only remaining independent public body that was dealing with discrimination cases against minorities and was independent from Fidesz and from Hungarian government, and worked on a very, very professional and unbiased level. Now it's completely gone. You can only trust the courts, which is going to be a problem. And in 2021, came what we call like the Putin turn, when the Hungarian government just adapted the Russian propaganda law that we seen in Russia in 2013. And if you look at like the legal content of this law, in some senses it is even worse than the Russian type propaganda law, because it conflates LGBTQ people with child abusers. It bans mentioning LGBTQ topics in school. And it prohibits NGOs from going to schools and holding lectures or programs without governmental consent. And of course, the government will very, very carefully cherry pick those NGOs who can go to schools and hold programs. Also, this law bans promoting and mentioning homosexuality and gender changes in the media. And you could ask, but what is promoting homosexuality? Like, what does this even mean? And a lot of journalists and public officials asked the government about how to interpret this law. Like, how can you comply with this law? Am I promoting homosexuality right now? Probably, but how can you comply with this law? And nobody knows the answer. Like all the government members dodged these questions, which creates the worst. It creates a chilling effect, it creates fear within society, and it creates self-censorship. Legal aid organizations reported to us that there are a lot of youngsters and teenagers asking them, can I hold my same-sex partner's hand on the street, or am I committing a crime with doing that? And of course not, but they are led to believe that now every portrayal of a same-sex relationship or being transgender is now a crime in Hungary. And it has, or could have, a similar effect to the media, to media actors, to big companies, and to basically everyone who has anything to do with advertising. And that is a really big fear for us, that now companies or newspapers will second-guess themselves if they would generally include an LGBTQ person, LGBTQ topic in an advertisement or in a report or something. And just a month later, it is like very, very fresh news. Viktor Orbán introduced a referendum, which I will not explain the questions because technically it's not even a referendum, yeah? Because legally a referendum has to be something that, if it passes, it gives like a very obvious directive to the members of the parliament of what to do, right? Or what law to pass. This referendum has questions like, do you fear that your children are subjected to sexual propaganda? Like, again, what is sexual propaganda? Nobody knows. And secondly, if this referendum would pass, what laws would the parliament need to pass? Like, it is unclear, but of course the institution who approves referendums is in the hand of Fidesz, so everything is approved that what they come up with. And this is not even a point, that even Viktor Orbán himself said that it doesn't matter if there will be too low of a voter turnout for the referendum to pass. It is merely a communication technique, and this is what we've seen in the 2018 election campaign. There was also a referendum about, are you afraid that George Soros will bring migrants to your home, or something like that? It's like tabloid level communication craziness. But it gave the government an opportunity to use billions and billions of public money to promote the referendum to the people. And that is exactly what we are expecting to start from, I don't know, August, September, October, somewhere, in the very near future. And that is going to be horrifying. I cannot downplay it. It is very, very, very scary. But now let's turn to the community and talk about how did the community respond to this crisis, because that is obviously a big reason for hope. There was the ban on legal gender recognition, and I will try to... It doesn't work. It's okay. I will just show you the picture. So, and that was when we started doing this Rainbow Coalition I mentioned, and we brought on board a lot of big LGBTQ organizations and small grassroots LGBTQ groups who haven't really worked together before on a joint campaign. And we did this Drop 33 campaign, which went really, really big. It was the biggest transgender visibility campaign in Hungary ever. And a lot of transgender people agreed to give interviews and give their faces to this campaign and go on the record and talk about their experiences, who really didn't want to go public before. That was a huge step in visibility for the community, and this was, it was not a demonstration because demonstrations were banned. This was a press conference we had after the ban on legal gender recognition was passed, and about 20, 30 transgender people came with us to the Hero Square. This is like a big, beautiful square with big statues in Budapest, and they together burned their birth certificates in front of all the cameras to show how they protest this law, and that was a very big and liberating moment for the community. Also, there was, a few months later, the ban on adoption, and there was a campaign launched by an organization called Rainbow Family Foundation, and we immediately joined their campaign and had launched their campaign and bring it to the very, very mainstream level. And these were these two guys on the left who were the faces of the campaign. And this was like a Rainbow Family visibility storytelling type of campaign. And people were asked to do these like figures on their hands and do a selfie. And this was a point when a Hungarian LGBTQ campaign went really, really, really mainstream. And similarly, what happened in Poland, a lot of celebrities joined it. A lot of celebrities who haven't even talked about any type of human rights or equality issues before felt that now this is the time to join the campaign. And it had a huge, huge impact in mainstream society. And we see that since this campaign, the approval rate of same-sex adoption and the approval rate of marriage equality has risen in Hungarian society. And in the meantime, the disapproval of same-sex adoption and marriage equality within the group of Fidesz voters has increased. So who were homophobic became even more homophobic and more transphobic, and who were like maybe undecided or were supportive but not that much, they became more supportive of the community. This is a very, very interesting phenomenon to experience simultaneously. And again, okay, it's not going to start, but this is all image in a video here. When we had this Russian-type propaganda law introduced, we even widened this circle of Rainbow Coalition and brought on many not just LGBTQ organizations, but human rights organizations, legal aid organizations, anyone who could help us. And started campaigning and do advocacy work. And so we did a demonstration in 3 days, which we thought that this is going to be crazy and maybe a few hundred people going to come, or 1,000 or 2,000 people going to come, because we didn't even have time to properly advertise the demonstration. And that day, 10,000 people came to the Hungarian parliament to protest this law, and that was the biggest LGBTQ-themed demonstration, which was not a pride march in Hungarian history. Amazing, amazing experience. And just like a few weeks after that, we had the Budapest Pride March, which, again, we were afraid that people will be reluctant to come or afraid to come because of the recent level of anti-LGBTQ hate crimes and the recent level of homophobic and transphobic speech in the governmental controlled media. But then what we experienced was like absolutely wonderful, because we usually have around 20,000 people at the Budapest Pride March. And this year we had more than 30,000. The police says that even it was around 35,000 people, which is like really, really unbelievable to us. And what really helped, and we worked really, really hard to achieve, is to bring members of the European Parliament, ambassadors and government members and parliament members from other countries to our Pride March. And that was also a huge success. I think we had around 10 MEPs, we had numerous ambassadors, and we had an 18-member delegation from the Flemish Parliament, from Belgium. We had a delegation from the German Green Party. We had a lot of prominent, figures, which helped us to bring more attention to our cause and our community, and it also helped with the security of the march, because of course Viktor Orbán cannot afford that some prominent politicians maybe get hurt at the Pride March. So that was a really, really big success for us. And what I would like to bring your attention to, again, together with our Polish counterparts, that this LGBTQ rights crisis and the rule of law crisis cannot be viewed as two different things, because they affect each other and they affect the same people. And again, if a democracy starts to deteriorate, minorities are the indicators. Minorities are hurt the first. And that is why all these laws I mentioned before couldn't have happened if Hungary would be still a very healthy and stable democracy. For example, Fidesz has 2/3 majority in the parliament, even though that they only had 49% of the popular vote. This they achieved by changing the voting law, the voting system, and gerrymandering the voting districts. Also, if the president of Hungary, János Áder, would be doing his job, he wouldn't have signed any of these laws. These laws are all unconstitutional. The Constitution guarantees, dignity and equality to all people. These laws should not have been signed by the president. Again, the ombudsperson of Hungary is not doing anything. Really, he's about to be degraded from an A-class ombudsperson to a B-class ombudsperson right now. That's how bad he is. Ákos Kozma is basically a political nominee. He doesn't say anything about human rights violations when it comes to LGBTQ people or any other people who are targeted by the government. Also, the Constitutional Court is filled with political nominees and is loyal to Fidesz and to Viktor Orbán. And if we would have an independent Constitutional Court, half of these laws would not be with us anymore. Again, the head of the Supreme Court is a political nominee, and basically, I think he hasn't even served as a judge for a day in his life, but he is the head of the Supreme Court, and he's, again, loyal to the party and loyal to the prime minister, and wouldn't do anything to interfere with their propaganda machine. And a lot of judges are also political appointees. Fortunately, not all of them, but there is a rising alarm in how judges treat different cases, and it is a very, very frightening thing, and especially because you don't have the Equal Treatment Authority now. Only you can trust is the justice system, and the justice system looks like this. If there was no rule of law issue in Hungary, there wouldn't be an LGBTQ rights crisis in Hungary. And again, Viktor Orbán controls 80% of media outlets. So if you, and 80% of media outlets, that's a lot. And it is not even a secret. Like, the owner of these media outlets is the high school best friend of Viktor Orbán, who is the richest member in Hungary, richest person in Hungary. And if you open up a government propaganda paper anywhere in Hungary, you see articles 5 times a day saying that LGBTQ activists want to go to kindergartens and convince children to do gender reassignment surgery. That's what you read in an average newspaper. I don't even have headlines up because there's so many. That's what you read in a Hungarian newspaper. Or, I don't know, drag queens who read tales to children, I don't know, in England or somewhere, they are molesting the kids. That's what you see in the newspaper, and a lot of people, especially people living in the rural areas and in the countryside, only have access to these papers. So, like, imagine that situation. But why is Orbán attacking its own people? Like, that's like a valid question. Why is this happening to us? And firstly, there is this like campaigning tactics that is, I think, really well known to a lot of you who are here. That he comes up with like a non-existent problem, because if the problem itself is non-existent, you can claim anytime that you have won. Like, you are a freedom fighter who protects Hungarian interests against those very, very bad Western democracies and Western influences. And how do they pick the topic? You know, because it could be anything. Like Viktor Orbán could be fighting climate change. You know, it could happen. But what they do is they do extensive polling. That the whole strategy of Viktor Orbán's propaganda machine is basically a marketing A/B testing, you know, incubator. Some people say that they do like 1 or 2 public opinion polls per day. You know, they have all the public funds to do that, and they very, very carefully pick the topic that creates enough tension and fear within society to deter voters from real problems. And now we would like to poll you again and ask if you know this lady, and can you guess what the function is of this person?
So first of all, if you want to put your names up again, and then we'll see who is first to get the right answer.
It's going to be fun.
And we'll show you a picture of the lady again in a minute. Let's have some more contestants. All right. So let's start the quiz. And I've changed it slightly to say she is a politician.
She's a politician.
Right. So
she's a prominent politician.
What's she responsible for? Is it space travel, green mobility, family affairs, or gender-based violence? Okay, I think just another 5 seconds.
Okay, just pick one.
And
don't let Patrick win again.
All right, we stop now. This is how you voted, and
good guesses.
This is the right answer.
Yay, congrats.
Oh, do you want to see who won?
Of course. Very curious.
Marius, are you with us, Marius? Marius is online. We have someone online. Woo, Marius.
Oh, here's up there,
oh,
up there. In the controls.
It's one of the interpreters. Oh, wonderful.
Yay.
Okay, we can go back to the presentation now, please. Let's go back to the presentation, can we? So it was a bit of a trick question, wasn't it, Victoria? Because we had gender-based violence on there as well. Do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, the Hungarian government doesn't think that it exists. Like, you know, it's not a problem. You don't have to solve it. Like, it's very, very easy. But what I wanted to point out, if there is like one name that you're going to remember from this presentation, this should be this lady. She is Katalin Novák. She's the Minister for Family Affairs, as you know. A lot of you rightfully guessed, and you could think that, you know, she could be like a very, very, you know, useful and smart politician, Minister for Family Affairs. Sounds great. But in the meantime, she is the most homophobic person within the Hungarian government. Katalin Novák, here posing with the flag of World Congress for Families, which is, I think I don't overstate it if I say that this is a very, very dangerous organization. And Katalin Novák has been working with them since the moment she's been appointed to be the member of the Hungarian government. And what is she doing? Like, she doesn't seem that harmful, right? Katalin Novák has this organization called Political Network for Values, which again sounds very nice, but most of these organizations' names sound very, very innocent and, you know, and great. Just a few examples. I couldn't put it all up there, but these are few examples with whom the Hungarian Minister for Family Affairs works with constantly. She works with Work Congress for Families, which were like mentioned in connection with all the jurists in Poland, and there were some leaks proving that Work Congress of Families lobbied for capital punishment for homosexuality in Uganda. They couldn't succeed. Now, if I'm right, there is only a life sentence in Uganda if you're a homosexual. She also works with CFAM, which is an actual legit registered hate group in the United States. She works with Alliance Defending Freedom, which is a US-based organization, again, which lobbied for homosexuality to be punished with 10 years of prison in Belize. And there is the National Organization for Marriage, which you might have heard about because they are the US-based organization who lobbied against marriage equality in the United States. Now their president is, I think, with Work Congress of Families as well. And what is even more scary, and even from like a national security standpoint, on an EU-based security standpoint, is that Katalin Novák works together with Russian oligarchs. This is just, again, one small leak that was discovered, that Katalin Novák was invited for the 2014 World Congress of Families to Moscow. Remember, this was the year she was appointed to be the member of the Hungarian government. And she was invited by Igor Belobodorov, who is the member of the Institute for Russian Strategic Studies. That's a think tank for Putin. Like, they surely do nice things there. And even that invitation letter is public. And her travel was paid by Vladimir Yakunin, who is a Russian oligarch. That's who she was working with 7 years ago. We can't even imagine like how deep her roots go into this international homophobic and transphobic lobbying alliance. And we think that the Hungarian LGBTQ people are so vulnerable because the Hungarian government members don't just want to win the election, but they have very, very big international interests in belonging to this group. So let's talk about how can you help us. You know, it has been a rather depressing presentation, so I would like to cheer you up a bit and throw in some great ideas for you. Firstly, and I think this is the most important in both the case for Poland and Hungary, is to keep the pressure on the European Commission. We finally have an infringement procedure against some Hungarian anti-LGBTQ laws, not all of them. For example, the ban on legal gender recognition didn't make it into the infringement process, but we really wanted to. But it's, again, a great success. What we need now is a very swift and very effective infringement process from the Commission, because if they want, they can drag it on and on and on for years, and it has happened before. And we are afraid that if there is not enough political will from the part of the Commission, these laws will continue to hurt people's lives for years and years until they are finally gone. We also need interim measures with this infringement process to make it effective and quick and not waste time on, politics and bureaucracy. And we need financial repercussions against Hungary until there are any anti-LGBTQ laws in power in Hungary. There is no other way, and statements and solidarity selfies will not do it. We need the whole European community to stand together and come together as strongly as it came together in the past few months and keep the pressure on and make the term European values manifest in some way and protect European citizens from these laws. And what is a really, really, really alarming thing, that if these anti-LGBTQ laws are not met with very, very strict and direct punishments, some leaders might be enticed to follow Viktor Orbán because his ways are clearly working. Look at the voting statistics. For example, the Polish Minister for Justice already expressed an appreciation for Viktor Orbán's anti-LGBTQ propaganda law. Janez Janša, the Slovenian Prime Minister, already said that he's a friend of Orbán, he wants to be friends with him, and something weird, and he wants to belong to this V4 group instead of the European Union, which is weird because we four are in the EU, never mind. And also Miloš Zeman, the president of the Czech Republic, said in an interview that he could not agree with the Orbán's propaganda law, and he also added that he also finds transgender people disgusting. Like, this is the political surrounding of Viktor Orbán, and this is why this Hungarian case is not just a local case, but it is the matter of security within the European Union and the safety of European citizens. Another very important idea I wanted to share with you is that 1,300,000 Hungarians work in German companies in Hungary. That's a big number. If you say that about 5 to 10% of society are LGBTQ persons, that means that around 15 to 30,000 Hungarian LGBTQ persons work in German companies. This is a point where German companies can really make a big difference, and we would really like to advise you to engage with German companies to get them to do the same pro-LGBTQ efforts they do in Germany and bring them to Hungary, because there's a lot to do. And there's a lot of efforts that can be made. Also, you can engage German companies to put pressure on the Hungarian government, because German companies, and especially car companies, receive enormous tax cuts from the Hungarian government. So they have a foot in the door, and they have a possibility to raise questions and push for human rights and equality and individual liberties. And we really think that this opportunity should be grabbed. And final thing, and I would really circle back to the media censorship part I talked about, is we would really like to ask you to encourage companies, German companies, to do LGBTQ-themed commercials in Hungary. Because the only thing you can say to censorship is a big fat no. There is no other way things can go forward, and we think that if companies start doing rainbow commercials and billboards and ads, it will show a clear stance about European values. And again, if the Hungarian Consumer Protection or some other agency, they still don't know which agency is responsible for this law, but if some agency gives a fine to this company, that is a great opportunity, because then the company can take it to the court. And finally, a Hungarian court will have to say something about what promoting homosexuality is, which we still don't know. And that court case could be taken to the higher and higher level, and finally, that would be a really big opportunity for this law to be abolished. So we would really encourage everybody and media actors and companies not to impose self-censorship on them. On the contrary, be brave enough to go out and do these commercials and billboards and challenge laws that cannot be followed. And yes, I would like to highlight again that rule of law and LGBTQ rights crisis cannot be treated separately, and this is like a whole package interacting with each other. And this question is about the future of Europe and the future of what we mean under the term European values. And I would like to thank you for your attention, and feel free to follow us. We are Budapest Pride on every social media, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to cooperate or work together on any term. And I would like to answer your questions if you have some.
Thank you, first of all. Again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for everything that you're doing. I think that applause also goes in recognition of that, and the energy that Victoria has and is, giving to us all is absolutely fantastic. We've got lots of questions, but we can also broach some of those questions this afternoon. I think what I would actually like to do is just pose one question right now, because I've just mentioned your energy, your enthusiasm. It's impossible not to want to join you. But one question is here, are you afraid? Are you afraid of restrictions for your organization, like the foreign agencies thing in Russia? when it comes to, how confident are you that in the shrinking space of civil society that we're seeing generally in Hungary, your organization may also be demolished?
Yeah. We already had that law. We already had this foreign agent law in Hungary. It was just dismantled by the European Court of Justice, but it was interesting because that law, when it was effective, it said that if you receive funds from abroad and these funds are above a certain threshold, then you have to report yourself as a foreign agent. And we as a group decided that we will do civil disobedience, but our budget is so small and we have so little money, and this is the part when I ask for your money and to support us, but we have so little money that we didn't even fall under that law. So it was kind of funny, but of course very sad at the same time. But there's a new anti-LGO law now that mandates another public body to do kind of inspection on NGOs, which is weird because this public body, and I don't know their name in Hungarian, sorry, or in English, they were created to check on political parties or how they use public funds, but NGOs use private. Of course, we only use private funds, we never receive public funds. So it is, again, a very unclear and unfollowable anti-NGO law, but what we can do is prepare for the worst and be happy if it doesn't happen. But yes, we've been checking in and go through all these regulations and every little tiny detail that could be dangerous for us, and just make sure that we comply with every existing accounting thing on earth. That's the only way we can survive.
Thank you. And perhaps just one other time, it's a huge question, but maybe you can answer quite quickly, because I think it's a really existential question.
Yeah.
When a single queer parent has a child right now, do they need to fear that the child will be taken out of the family?
I don't think that this is a possibility, and the reason behind that is Viktor Orban is mostly a strategist. And he doesn't make these decisions out of emotion or hate. He is very meticulously planning things. And I think that if that would happen, he would create a martyr.
Right.
And people would sympathize with that parent. And I think that wouldn't work out for the government. So I think that they want to dehumanize us as LGBTQ people and not humanize us.
Right, thank
That's
you.
my assumption.
Which goes back to this question. It's not just a question of human rights for one part of the community.
Yes.
It's a question of rule of law and dictatorship versus democracy.
Yes.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you to everyone else. If you would just bear with us also for answering the other questions, we'll make sure that we get round to them in the discussion later on, because I think everyone's probably starting to get hungry. First of all, another round of applause, please, for Victoria from Budapest Pride. Thank you. And yeah, this afternoon, so we'll come back together after an hour, so at 1:45 in the West European time. And that's where we will have the opportunity of hearing the political perspective on the situation for human rights, and then go into the discussion together, which we're looking forward to. So please wear your masks when you're walking around the building and enjoy some lunch. See you at 1:45. Thank you. The 29th is the only day that I never work. It's my daughter's birthday. Sorry. Yeah. 2. I'd love to support you. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to support you. That's what I do. Yeah, no, I'll write you an email because I got your email yesterday, so I'll just write you back and then you have all my details. Yeah, that'd be great. Definitely. Thank you. I'm just listening. Okay, excellent. That's the most important thing. Is he okay? Test, 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 test. Wonderful. Everybody's already sitting down. That's amazing. We still have one more minute. I'm going to just give us the minute as well, because people coming back from, I don't know, doing things with their dogs or eating their lunch, who are with us virtually. If you want to go back into Slido, though, we will be using Slido again, so this might be an opportunity. No, I didn't mean to put that on. So there's the QR code if anyone wants the QR code. I'll be asking you a question in just a minute. All right, I think it's probably as near to 1:45 as we're going to get, so welcome back to this first Hamburg Pride International Human Rights Conference. And it's been an amazing morning. Thanks to our fantastic speakers who've really given us such a unique impression of what the situation is actually like in Hungary and in Poland. On the one hand, giving us that feeling of hope because progress is being made, the fight is being fought, but on the other hand, it's really tough to listen to your stories and not shed those tears that you spoke about, Victoria. So the sense of urgency, I think, is there with all of us. And I think what the discussions have shown so far is also that violations of LGBT rights in Hungary or in Poland are completely and utterly relevant for the rest of the European Union, because they are an attack on democracy, they're an attack on basic human rights, and an attack on the rule of law. So that's something that's come out very, very clearly from both of the discussions. We've also heard how effective visibility is. And I think that was also really useful, because we need to also know what works. And you have shown that by being very visible and fighting the fight in a very loud way, not only puts pressure on governments, but also helps activists and people who would otherwise be suffering in silence to find new power and new courage. So I think that's something that we can all take with us. And I think the third point is that you've both said everyone can do their bit. There is no reason to wait for someone else to do something. We can all do our bit now. And wonderful examples from you as well. Just speak to the guy or girl who's responsible for the twinning program. This is what I'm going to do as soon as I get back to Heidelberg. And it's just something that we can all do. So we'll be building on that this afternoon. First of all, with another perspective, the perspective from politicians, from the political perspective at European level. So welcome to Rasmus Andresen, who's joined us, who's an MEP. And then we will have the discussion with everybody here in this room and following us outside of the room on what we can do as a community, but also as politics. So that's what's awaiting us. And I have just a question, a Slido question before we move on, because we've been so inspired on our abilities to do something like now. So I'm just going to ask you, what can you do now? What can you do now to strengthen LGBTI human rights in the EU? And this could be something which you think, oh, it's actually quite small. Could be something big. It doesn't matter. What can you do now? Let's inspire each other on this. No right or wrong. What can you do now? Being solidaric. Oh, there's no word in English for solidarisch. Exhibiting solidarity, taking to the streets. Donating, we've heard, this is also about, even though you had a quite nice loophole, Victoria, in being too small to be obstructed by politics, you still need the funds. Visibility, listening, learning, speaking about what you see in terms of the violation, talking to family and colleagues about our life. So this is really changing the narrative I'm seeing a lot here. Building alliances, we've seen you can't do anything on your own, or not enough on your own. Create stronger connections. Oh, also exercise your voting rights. Be a good ally and speak up. All right, let's take those wonderful things that we can do now with us. I'll leave the poll open, but perhaps we can now move the camera off the Slido and welcome our final speaker before we go to the panel. Rasmus Andresen, we've been waiting for your perspective also, and very, very happy that you're here with us. Thank you.
Thanks, first of all, for organizing this awesome and I think very important conference, because I think it's really important to discuss the situation of LGBTI in Europe, but also in other parts of the world, also in a city where I think a lot of things can change and a lot of things had to become better, but still, or has to become better, but still where already also a lot of fundamental questions for the LGBTI community had been achieved. So what I would like to do and what I have been asked to do is to talk a little bit about the perspective of politicians, European politicians addressing some of those challenges ahead. I think I will also come into some of the content you already discussed and heard about in the earlier parts of the conference. I listened a bit into it thanks to the live stream and the people organizing the live stream when I was in the train to Hamburg, and I already think there was a lot of good input you've got, and maybe my input could be like one more part of one more perspective of what actually is happening right now, and what also we can do to address and to change the reality of LGBTI in Europe, but also maybe in other parts of the world. So my name is Rasmus Andresen. I'm member of the European Parliament since 2019. I'm member of the Greens IFA group in the European Parliament. We are the fourth strongest group, sitting there together with a lot of Green colleagues from different parts of Europe, and also some other colleagues from other parties, like for example the Pirates from the Czech Republic, or some smaller parties from other countries. And I'm elected in Germany. I had been member of the state parliament in northern Germany, in Schleswig-Holstein. I guess those of you who are from Hamburg knows that this is a state very close to the city of Hamburg. I'm basically working on 3 different issues in the parliament: on equal rights, LGBTI rights, minority rights. I'm part of the LGBTI community, but I'm also part of the Danish minority in northern Germany, so those issues are very close to mine, but I'm also working on other issues, like for example economic justice and digital rights, fighting big tech. So how is the situation in Europe? I know a lot of you already had mentioned the ILGA rainbow map and the work of ILGA, so I don't want to go into detail about this, but just to give you an overall impression and maybe to summarize or to sum it up after the coffee break so that you are aware of. And I think the most important main message related to the rainbow map is that we all have to do something about the situation also in our countries, and talking about LGBTI rights in Europe, also addressing some of the challenges we can see in some parts of Europe where the situation is even worsening, doesn't mean that we don't have some challenges ahead also in our countries. And I think things are also related to each other, because if we want to address some of the challenges in some specific countries in Europe, then we also need to deal with the problems we still have also in our society, and especially when it comes to Germany. I know also Katharina Figgebank, my great colleague, Vice Mayor of Hamburg, had addressed this already. We can see that there are a lot of challenges ahead, and I also want to say this in a year where there is a very important election in Germany, and where I think those elements should also be addressed in the election campaigns from all of the different political parties here in Germany, and also from the outside, from the NGO world, so that we can ensure that the next government, the next German government, will do a lot more for LGBTI rights than, at least my opinion, is the current government is doing. If you're looking on how the situation is more directly related to the different member states, and you can see that in general we have a high acceptance of LGBTI rights in Europe. 76 or 75% of all European citizens agree on that gay, lesbian or bisexual people should have the same rights as heterosexual people. But there is a division, and you can see this looking on the different figures for the different European member states, where you can see Sweden, maybe not a big surprise, at the top of the list with 98% of the Swedish citizens supporting LGBTI rights, and on the other side you can see Slovakia with just 31% support. And then there are a lot of member states between, and as you also can see, more or less in the figures, is that you have a divide between more Eastern European countries and the former Western European countries, which most of them at least had joined the European Union for a longer time than most of the Eastern European states have. what's at stake from my perspective, and I think this is the perspective of the majority in the European Parliament. You have heard already Katharina Barlik, my great colleague from the Social Democrats, speaking to you in the morning about some of the challenges ahead. And I think that the perspective both Katharina and me has is the perspective I would say a strong majority in the European Parliament has on LGBTIQ rights. You can see a deep division in the European Union, and the figures I showed you some seconds ago is a good example for this. And this is about LGBTIQ rights. Of course it is. This is also about gender equality, so it's not just LGBTIQ rights, it's also about gender equality. We also have some of the debates about gender equality in the European Union, where actually some of the countries are not accepting the wording of gender equality in some official documents from the European Union, right? The Polish government is declining to accept gender equality as a wording in official documents of the European Union. I don't know if it's funny, but I had some interesting experiences through the German EU presidency where we negotiated the budget, the European budget. I was one of the negotiators for the parliament sitting in the budget committee. And we want to strengthen gender equality. We want to have some instruments in the budget to mainstream the European budget on gender equality, and the German ambassador negotiating for the presidency said to me, on the content we will find an agreement, but it's not possible to use the word gender equality because the Polish are going crazy with this. And I mean, this is and then we found a wording so that we could go further on the content, and we could have some strong instruments, and we agreed on something which actually was acceptable in a way to find a compromise. But just mentioning that, I think it's important also here to mention that gender equality is also one of the issues where we have a lot of struggles in the European Union, and we can see that as I said before, the acceptance, the general acceptance for LGBTIQ, but also for gender equality rights had raised a lot in the last years in nearly all of the countries, but there is still a block of 9 countries, depending on what questions you're asking, where this isn't the case and where acceptance for LGBTIQ and gender equality had declined. On LGBTI rights and minority rights, I think the most minority communities, I think the most important point, and I know you already had touched this in one of the panels before, is that from our perspective in the European Parliament, fundamental rights for minority communities, for LGBTI, for others, are being used for a political power play where it actually, the LGBTI situation is one example and an instrument for some national governments to secure their power, to try to mobilize in their countries in election campaigns. We had seen that in Poland, for example, up to the presidential elections. We can see that clearly in Hungary right now. I will come into that a little bit later. And we can see this being used as an instrument to blame Europe, to blame the European Union, to ensure that some of the questions related to this is decided by the national governments and not by the European Union. So it's also about the power of national governments, member states in the European Union on the one side, and the European Union and the power the European Union maybe has on the other side. It's about national identities, and it's and some of the state leaders are using a rhetoric where it's us against them, it's us in Poland, in Hungary, against the European Union, and they want to decide above our heads on equal rights, but on all issues. We are not allowed to decide anything more in our countries. And I'm mentioning this, of course, not because I agree, I'm fighting a lot against it, but just to mention that I think that this is a very important part of the political debate in many of the countries in the European Union, and even on questions like LGBTI rights, gender equality, human rights in general, we can see that there is a lot of more polarization than on other issues where there maybe isn't the same confrontation like we can see there. On Poland and Hungary, you heard a lot about the countries from people much more well known about the situation there, so I don't want to go too much into this, but I just want to mention that some of the instruments or the indicators I've talked about, a bit more abstract, we can see that in Poland and Hungary very clearly. And we can see that, and this is the old version where Orban, where there actually is a spelling mistake, but maybe it can be used against Viktor Orban, where we can see that this is what's happening. In Poland, we have a strong influence of the Catholic Church also on the political system, and hate against minority communities, against LGBTI, but also against women rights. Gender had been used as an instrument in the election campaign, also in mobilizing some of the voters for the PiS party. And in Hungary, we can see this happening again. We can see that the anti-LGBTIQ bill, which got a lot of media attention also through the European Soccer Championship, is used by Viktor Orban in his election campaign, mobilizing against the European Union, who wants to destroy Hungary, according to him, and also by splitting the opposition in Hungary, because we have a united opposition right now who wants to come up with a common candidate as for the elections against Viktor Orban next year. And one of the parties in the opposition is the Jobbik party, far-right party, which actually on LGBTIQ issues is much closer to Viktor Orban and Fidesz. And the other part of the opposition, the Greens, the Liberals, others, they are completely against Orban also on LGBTI rights, and what he's doing is that he is splitting the opposition by coming up with a bill like this. Then there is also a lot happening, not just within Europe, but also outside of Europe, and I will talk much more about what I think and what we think Europe should do, and actually also you heard that as well in the morning about the new LGBTI strategy of the European Commission. But one part of this is not just the development in the European Union, it's also about what is happening outside of the European Union and what is happening close to the European Union, like, for example, in countries like Georgia. And I guess you are all aware of the Tbilisi Pride and actually what happened at the Tbilisi Pride, but still I would like to show you this video to give you an impression of the situation there. No, I don't know if it's... So, no, I don't know how I get out of this again. Okay. So, the case of Georgia. Georgia is a very interesting and also disappointing and sad example of the situation of LGBTI, where actually the public awareness in countries like Germany, for example, is not very high. So we had all, or I guess most of you had heard about the things happening, the attacks of far-right groups. Also there, the Orthodox Church played a very hard role in the violence against LGBTI. But it's still the situation that many people in the general public doesn't really know what's happening very close to the European Union, and Georgia is even a country who would like to join the European Union. And this is why I think that the European Union also have a very important role to play, because the European Union has influence also in other parts of the world, and especially in countries who would like to join the European Union. And this is why I think also the European Union needs to address the situation of LGBTI, but also human rights in general when it comes to foreign relations. And this is something I think the European Union is not good enough in doing so. In the case of Georgia, I guess you are aware of this. After the Pride and the attacks against the Pride, actually one journalist died because of the attacks in Tbilisi by far-right nationalists, and a lot of people had been hit hard and are still struggling with the situation in Georgia. And one of the first reactions of the international community, let's put it like that, was a letter and a call from different ambassadors, EU representatives, but also the US ambassador, German ambassador, to condemn the violence and to speak to the national governments, to the president of Georgia. But afterwards, nothing really happened, and I think this is really important also to mention here. As members of the European Parliament, we wrote a letter to the government of Georgia, to the president of Georgia, 1 week before the Pride, because human rights organizations already told us that things will happen there and that there will be a lot of violence, and that the government, the police, is not doing enough to protect the activists. And 1 week later, we could see the pictures like the ones I showed to you. Another example is Ghana. Last week, there was a bill presented by some members of the parliament in Ghana, which actually is, the bill is not just criminalizing LGBTIQ, but actually the bill wants to criminalize LGBTIQ activism and support and even acceptance for LGBTI. So it's not just about that you shouldn't be gay, but it's also about that if you are an ally or if you express support for the LGBTI community in a way, you will be criminalized. And one of the things I think is very interesting about Ghana is that I went to the website of the German embassy after I read about the law last week, and then I saw the statement of the German ambassador in Ghana. He's actually not the ambassador anymore, but one month ago, but you can still find the quote on the website. He's praising the excellent relations between Germany and Ghana and so on. And then he's talking about Ghana is a partner on values, and they are ensuring stability in the region of Western Africa, blah, blah, blah. But he's using the word Wertepartner. And this is really interesting because it's not just like last week where the law was presented or the bill was presented, but there had always been problems on LGBTIQ issues in Ghana. And I think it's really interesting that the German ambassador is coming with a statement like this. I mean, he's an ambassador and he's not talking like a politician like me. I fully understand that. I see the different role he has, but he doesn't need to use the word partner about a country where things like this are happening. And what we are doing now is to write to the German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas and also to the European Commission to address the problems related to this bill. And I hope that this will at least have the influence that there will be a reaction by the German government or by the European Commission. But back to the European Union, action is important. I guess we all agree on this. And I think also one of the things we could learn from the inputs we heard earlier today is how important European, I would say not just solidarity, but I would say it's a fight about our common European values. It's about fundamental rights, and it's also about our common European democracy. As part of the European Union, we are together, right? And it's not just about solidarity, it's about us if LGBTI in neighborhood countries are hit. And this is what I think we need to do. And of course, as I said before, there is room for improvement in all countries, and it's not just about blaming some specific countries, and I think we should be very honest about that, and especially when it comes to trans and to inter people, we can see that the challenges ahead are big, and also for not just for countries far away, but also for the situation here in our country. European action is, as I said before, not us against them, but it's about a common fight we have, and we also know that situations can change very fast. So we can't even be sure that the development we can see in our neighborhood countries will not happen in our part of Europe. So also this is something I think we need to address, and where we should be very clear about this. In the European Parliament, we are even working and fighting a lot on LGBTI issues. I've heard in the morning that you also mentioned your visit to the European Parliament, talking to colleagues on those issues. The European Parliament has a LGBTI intergroup, which is a group of interested MEPs who would like to work on a topic together, which is not a committee or something like this, but it's a group of members of the European Parliament who would like to work a little bit more on LGBTI issues. We are doing this together with colleagues of nearly all of the political groups in the European Parliament. Of course, if you're looking on the list of the 150 MEPs, you will find more Social Democrats and Greens and liberals, and you will find conservatives, but we have also some colleagues from the conservative group in the parliament, and I think this is very important, and they are doing a great job. And there is just one political group we are not working together with, and this is the far right, because they are opposing everything we are supporting. So this is on fundamental rights, and so this is the bottom line. But with all other political groups, from the left to the conservatives, we have a very close relation. And what we actually are doing is to raise public awareness. We are inviting activists to the European Parliament, for example. We are visiting prides also in countries where we know that the situation is different than a pride in Copenhagen or in, I don't know, Hamburg. And we are coming up with resolutions in the Parliament to address the European Commission, to address the member states. We are writing letters, organizing conferences, seminars, hearings, and so on. For example, at the World Pride in Copenhagen in some weeks, we will have some events also as LGBTI intergroup with colleagues from different political groups, as I said before. So there is a lot happening. It's not legislation, which is our key business, but it's important work, I would say, to put pressure on the Commission, for example, to come up with legislation, or to put pressure on the member states to react on some of the developments we can see in different parts of the world. And this is what I think is also important, and as I also understand from activists in Poland, I was at the Pride in Plock 2 years ago. It was one of the first prides in Poland after the attacks in Białystok. I guess I spell it wrong, but you know maybe what I am talking about, where there were brutal attacks against the LGBTI community, and one of the first prides afterwards was the Pride in Plock in Poland, and I went to Plock together with some colleagues other colleagues from the European Parliament, also some colleagues from the Polish Parliament, talking to LGBTI activists. And what they told us, and I thought, first of all, okay, it's good to be there, it's good to get an impression for the work I'm doing in Brussels, but it doesn't change the difference if I'm traveling to Poland. I mean, I didn't thought it would be helpful for them. Of course, we can have an exchange of view, and this is important, but what they also told me is that if members of the European Parliament or the German Parliament are traveling to Poland, then the public, the awareness is rising, and you will ensure much more security also, because the Polish police is much more in favor of protecting the Pride. There are a lot of more police officers protecting the Pride. And this is also something I really first learned after traveling to Poland, that this already has a very positive impact for the activists down there. And this is also why many of the colleagues are traveling to Prides in different parts of Europe. We're actually coordinating it a bit so that there are always, or we are trying to do it at least always 2, 3, 5 MEPs at the Pride, and then others are traveling to other cities, so that we can ensure that, we can help by being present in some of the countries. Looking on what actually is going on right now, then we can see that, of course, I mentioned this before, it's not just about blaming 1 or 2 countries, but of course, as it is right now, we have some special problems with Hungary and Poland, and everybody's aware of this. So, first of all, I would like to say that I think it's really important to have the EU taking those cases up. I mean, by doing this, and I think the EU Commission is doing much more than they had done before. So I hadn't voted for Ursula von der Leyen, and I'm very critical about a lot of what the EU Commission is doing, but just being very clear here, and this is not about party politics, to have a European Commission acting on issues like the ones we are dealing with is very important. And of course, Viktor Orban, the Polish government, others are blaming the EU for this. And maybe they are also getting a bit more support in some communities in their countries because of this. But the opposite would be much more worse, to have a situation where the EU is ignoring what is happening in some of the member states. This would destroy the European project fundamentally. I'm completely convinced about that, and I think this is also really important to mention. And of course the issue is bigger. It's about fundamental rights, it's about our democracy, it's about LGBTIQ rights, it's about minority rights, but it's also about corruption, it's about the misuse of European money for autocratic governments, it's about a lot of issues, the rule of law in general, and things are related to each other, and I think this is also very important to address. And then there are different possibilities for the European Union to sanction member states if they are breaking European laws, European values, and this is actually what is happening right now. Helena Dalli mentioned in her statement earlier already the budget cuts for the Twin City programs with Polish declaring themselves as LGBTIQ free zones, and I think that this is one of the examples where you could see that the European Commission had taken action very early on last year, and I think this is really important. Right now, we have the debate about the recovery fund money for Hungary. The European Recovery Fund is the response from the European Union to the COVID crisis. I guess you are aware of this, but there is a big economic program. We had decided on a big economic program giving money, funding to the European member states to deal with the COVID pandemic. And right now, the European Commission is blocking the money for Hungary because of some issues related to how Hungary will spend the money. The money had also been frozen because of corruption problems. And it's not just about LGBTI issues, but it's about more related issues. But I just want to mention this here because, of course, things are also a bit related to each other. And as I said before, it's about the fight for fundamental rights and for European values in general. Then we can see some weeks ago, shortly before the summer break, the European Commission had opened legal proceedings against Hungary and Poland. First of all on Hungary, because of the anti-LGBTIQ bill and the so-called school book case where publishers of a school book had to mention that LGBTI people are deviating from the norm. The government said, okay, if you want to publish this school book, then you need to formulate this into the book. You have to write this into the book, and those two cases are the ones where the European Commission is trying to take action. And on Poland, it's about the LGBTIQ free zones. If you give me 2 minutes more, then I would like to mention that the countries now have the possibility to respond in the next 2 months, and afterwards the European Commission has to decide on the action they can take. And if Poland and Hungary still are acting like this and are not changing the laws, then the European Commission has the possibility to go to the court, to the European Court of Justice, where then there will be a legal proceeding in front of the court, and then the court can sanction the member states. But it's then an independent decision of the court. But this is like things are, like the procedure is working. And my last sentence is that, of course, it's not just about addressing the problems we are dealing with right now. It's important to act, and this is what I said and what I wanted to address. But it's also about improving the situation for LGBTI rights, to come up with common European legislation, to come up with anti-discrimination programs, to make it much easier for NGOs to get European funding if they can't get funding from their national or local governments. So there is a lot more to address, and we are also working with it, but I just wanted to concentrate on this at the beginning, and then I think we will have enough time to discuss this in the debate afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rasmus. And yeah, let's start the debate. So if I could please invite my panelists to come up on the stage. Rasmus, if you'd like to take that chair there, that would be fantastic. Justina, there you are, if you'd like to come and sit next to Rasmus. Patrick, let's have you back from Hamburg Pride in the middle, please. Victoria from Pride Budapest here next to Patrick, please. And Manuel from the Rainbow Cities Network, if you'd like to come here. Let's give our panelists another round of applause. You know, after a year and a half of digital, it's so nice to just hear people making noises in rooms. Thank you so much. And now this is where we have the opportunity of discussing not just what's the problem, but most of all, what do we need to do? a community, individually, and also as politics in this sphere. And we'd love to have your active participation either on Slido, if you're in the room and out of the room, but also, please, if you'd like to speak, we'd love to hear your voices. We have a microphone that's going around. My colleague will give you the opportunity to speak. We have a good hour for our discussion right now. I've got some questions on Slido just coming in. In fact, there's one, Justina and Rasmus, you're sitting next to each other, that I can pose to you before we move on. It's saying, is it reasonable to cut funds for the Twin City program in Poland, since Justina encouraged to engage with our Polish sister cities? I just heard it. I'm on again. Okay.
Right, so...
Justina, is there a contradiction here?
I will take that one then, and will tell you a little bit of a story behind it. In the beginning, when we found ourselves in a total different reality, when suddenly LGBT, anti-LGBT local governmental units started to pop out, but in a very fast way. We didn't quite know how to respond to them, because it was such a new thing, such an unbelievable thing, and such a massive thing, because that went like a flood in the beginning, that we were trying different advocacy strategies. One of them was, that was a short call, but we did it, to withdraw twinning cities agreements, to kind of bring the shock effect to the local governmental units, and create kind of chilling effects for the others who would like to do the same. Only later we start to call for an open dialogue with local governmental units, and this is how it was, like how the story was. First, we were thinking, hey, let's just finish the cooperation then, if they are so eager to violate fundamental human rights, also established in official EU treaties. Later, we went towards dialogue, but coming back and answering specifically to your question. Even if that was a huge loss to local governmental units, also to LGBTQI people living in these local communities, because that is something that I must stress, that there are LGBT people losing these funds as well. That created the decision of Helena Dalli cabinet, created a chilling effect, and really the other local governmental units thought 3, 4, or 5 times before they will adopt such a resolution. So at some point, maybe it was just a necessary step.
Right. Yeah, Rasmus.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't stop there. I mean, I think it's important, like you also mentioned, I fully agree, to send a clear signal to officials in those countries who have the responsibility for the situation. But on the other side, we also need, and this was completely clear for me after I visited Plock 2 years ago, we need to strengthen the funding possibilities for NGOs, for LGBTI organizations in Poland, for example, but also in other countries. And what we actually did as European Parliament in the negotiations we had on the European budget 1 year ago is to double the program, which actually the equality and rights and justice program in the European Union, which gives the possibility to NGOs, not just on LGBTI, but also on LGBTI, to ensure that we will have more money and more possibilities to get money directly from the European Commission and not just through the national governments. And the third thing I would like to mention is that my hometown, Flensburg, 2 hours from Hamburg, close to the Danish border, we have a we have a twin city in Poland, and what we actually did as Greens, but we got a lot of support in the local council, was to say we don't want to stop the partnership, but we would like to address NGOs, to address young people, to address equality in our partnership with our Polish town. And we were actually successfully with that, because also the town we had to deal with, Słupsk, is, I would say, a very open-minded, liberal town. Even the former mayor of Słupsk is now a colleague from me in the European Parliament. So it was much easier for me to, for my town, Flensburg, to address this. But this is at least also something I think is very important.
Right.
Don't cut the relations, but work on that. Those issues will be addressed in the relations with Polish cities, but also with other cities in Europe.
Thanks so much, because that makes it clear, I think, for us about this balancing act between the sanctions and the incentives and the dialogue. Okay, we'll come back to the solutions in just a sec, but I just want to make sure that we do also have a common understanding of what the situation is right now in Europe. So, Manuel, perhaps you've listened to all the discussions and all the presentations so far, and we've heard that it's a lot about values. You know, it doesn't matter who you're talking to, everyone justifies what they're doing by values. It's the traditional Polish values, or it's the European values. Everyone has this same argument, but it means something entirely different. Is this a trend which, over the last 9 years of the Rainbow Cities Network, you've seen increasing? What's going on?
Well, thank you for the question. So I have to say that I will have to track the records of the network, because I joined the network 1.5 years. But what I can say, or what I see, is that the shift to the political right, it's, so on one hand, the community has been used as a threat to the traditional values, but on the other hand, we're also being used as a tool to against the refugees, for instance, coming from other religions. So on one hand, the right. So it's always the same, the right political views that on one hand uses as the enemy, but then on the other hand uses as ammunition to attack other groups. So I would say that in the last 9 years, cities that are not part of our community or our organization, they've been playing with this double role. So I would say, yeah, it's been a shift. It's a global trend, I would say also. And what we have to do, and probably link to the previous question that you posed to them, it was natural reaction of what the cities decided to probably tie some relationships with Polish cities. But I have a good example from our network. For instance, Cologne and Mannheim, they have a program that is called Twin Cities Stand Together. And in that program, what they were able to do is, during their Pride and during the LGBT activities they actually invited local NGOs from Polish cities and other regions, not only Poland. So I think that's also a good example of how can we tackle that, that problem. Because, and that's important that I want to highlight, even though you have federal governments, like in the case of Hungary and Poland, which, I mean, comes from all the way to the top, the cities are a stronghold that can fight. I mean, probably it sounds a little bit extreme, but can fight back, or let's put it this way, that can protect human basic rights.
Just another question, thanks very much. We heard just now from Rasmus that we've got Europe-wide 75% acceptance of equal rights, but we see a huge, great big difference, which I think our poll earlier on this morning also reflected how safe people can feel. Spain is right up there with the Scandinavian countries. Can you explain that?
I wish I could. So I could not. Of course, no. I'm totally not able to answer that question. However, what I could, and this is a personal opinion, is that even though you have a poll like the one that was shown before or early, after the break, what has happened, or what we experience, and I believe most of us sitting in this panel are part of the community, we also have seen that difference of perception within the society. So I think we have to be very, let's say, raise the voice and say, in countries like Germany, where we have in a good situation, like ringing the bells, like, hey, we need to pay attention because definitely we are not in the same situation as in Poland or in Hungary, but things like in Barcelona. I mean, Barcelona is part of our Rainbow Cities Network. And of course, talking with the representative from the city, they were outraged, and also it was unexpected. But this is something that it doesn't definitely is defined by the government itself, is the society. So we need to, let's say, a lot of people always say like, oh, enough of education, enough of courses. No, it's been shown in reality that it is still needed, and that we still need local governments, national governments, they still need to invest in this education, not only to public servants, but also to the society in general.
Right, that seems to be a running through the whole conversation's visibility, but also the education on the other hand. Thank you, and feel free at any time if you want to just jump in and explain Spain. Otherwise,
well, if I can add something,
please.
I was living in Spain. I speak Spanish pretty fluently. I think that's the strength of the community that works really well in Barcelona, particularly. It's also very strong alcaldía, so the mayor, the Rathaus of them, and this is what we don't have in Poland. This is what they have in Spain, and particularly in Barcelona, for example. The high-rank politicians openly say that, look, it's just okay, it's normal, we support you, and most of all, we will react to every single hate crime based on SOGISC, every single violation of your fundamental rights, because you are a part of our community. And this is, conveying the strong message for years and years now, and I think that could be like a part, at least a part of explanation.
Right, thanks. Yeah, Patrick.
Maybe this is something I was thinking about. Maybe it is the strict...
Catholic Church was really engaged in dictatorship. That was completely the different situation in Poland. Polish Church, Catholic Church, was persecuted during communism. So they were kind of one of heroes coming back in '89, and they reached to a lot of... well, they gained a lot of power in Poland that is maintained till now.
Thank you. And there's a question actually that has been in Slido for a while on the role of the Catholic Church in Hungary. So perhaps also looking at what's the situation now. Can you add anything on there, Victoria?
Yes, so what I think a major difference between Polish and Hungarian society is Hungarians are a lot less religious than Polish people. At least that's what we see in the polls, and I think that is a main reason why, for example, the right for abortion is much more approved in Hungary than in Poland, and we think that that is a main reason why the Hungarian government didn't really go full into this anti-abortion narrative as the Polish did, because there are these slight differences. So I'm not an expert in this area, but what my take on the situation is that in Poland, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Catholic Church is also influencing the government, and they are doing this vice versa. And in Hungary, the church, and mostly the Catholic and the Lutheran Church, are being used as tools by the government. So we've heard many stories that when there's an election and you go to church, the priest directly says, go and vote for Viktor Orbán. Like that is being said in the church. On the other hand, and the church, I think, mostly uses its influence in Hungary to get a ton of money from the government, to get schools into their jurisdiction, but I don't think that they are really doing an anti-LGBTQ lobby within the government. Right. They don't need to. And also, less people are really, churchgoer type religious. Most people who are religious in Hungary, they are, I'm religious in my own way type of religious. So I think that's the difference.
And it's very much towards supporting the government, not so much anti-LGBTI. Just let me stick with Hungary a little bit, because we've just heard how important it is for people like Rasmus to go to prides across the European Union to show support on the one hand, but also to make it a safer space. And you also said that this worked for you in Budapest.
Definitely.
But you also said, and someone's also picked up on that here, that outside of the prides, it's not a safe space. And we're seeing also not just violence, we're seeing self-harm, we're seeing suicides, we're seeing mental health problems. And also someone else would like to know, do we know more about the effect on mental health of youth, for example?
It is a very, very heartbreaking situation. Actually, we've seen a direct correlation when these hate campaigns spiked. There was also a rise in suicide attempts, in self-harm, in depression. There were more and more people reaching out to these psychological hotlines for LGBTQ people. There was more people who were like left their workplace, their children dropping out of school because they do not feel safe, they do not feel included in the everyday life, or either at the workplace or at schools. We don't really have direct statistics because where would we get those numbers? But we are also sure that either these cases and cases of hate crimes are very, very underreported. Where we get most of our information is from one of our partner organizations because they have legal aid and psychological aid, and they get back to us about how much more requests they receive. Also, when this propaganda law was introduced, after the law was passed, there was like an anti-LGBTQ hate crime almost every day. Like there was a guy who put up a rainbow flag on his balcony, and someone went up to his apartment and was kicking the door and tried to get in. Also, 2 doctors got beaten up because they were gay, and one of them was left unconscious. And we've just heard about a lesbian girl who committed suicide, and her mother wrote a big letter online about how it happened. So there is like a definite increase, and it is very, very concerning.
Yeah, thank you very much. Patrick?
I was asking myself if you're in a situation where you need help and living in Hungary, is there a place where you can go to get help? Is it safe, for example, to go to a psychiatrist, just a genuine one, or could that even harm you more?
It's not obvious. So I think that the structural problem behind these experiences is that LGBTQ topics in general are not included in doctors' education, in teachers' education, and even in psychologists' education. That only if you are a sexual psychologist, then you get some information about LGBTQ people. So all the psychologists who are really, really well-read and established in LGBTQ topics are psychologists who did this in their free time and, improved themselves and went to conferences and best practice exchanges, etc. So it's not obvious, and I think it's similar, like, I think it goes to, or it's a similar experience like when women exchange the phone numbers of trustworthy gynecologists because you don't want to risk it. It's the same, like there are Facebook groups where people are exchanging contacts for pro-LGBTQ psychologists or for trans people. They are exchanging the phone numbers of good doctors who, will treat them with respect, but it's quite hard to get that information. There is Háttér Society who have like free online and on the phone like psychological counseling, and then that's accessible, but it is also hard to get that information to the people, and maybe you also could have that experience that it's very, very hard to disseminate this information.
And I guess it's getting more problematical with the anti-propaganda law to get those information to the people.
Of course. How do you buy ads?
It's an effective law, unfortunately. Yeah, I was going to ask you also, Justina, about the disinformation that you were talking about. Before we start talking about, what can we do, what sort of disinformation strategies, tactics are being used?
If I may just say two sentences to what you asked, Vicky. The situation is pretty bad. Also, we also couple of months ago, we heard about a lesbian teenager who killed herself because her family wasn't accepting her because they were Catholics, and it was like they couldn't agree their religion with her identity. I must say that the mental health of LGBTI community in Poland is deteriorating, not only due to COVID, but due to homophobia and transphobia of the government and of the society. We often repeat that politicians have blood on their hands because, you know, from the president of your country, you turn on the television, and from the president of your country, you hear that you are not a human, you are an ideology worse than communism. I swear that every journalist from foreign media asked me, what does it mean, LGBT ideology, and why worse than communism? It was impossible for them to understand what's actually happening in their heads and why this rhetorics. So on one thing, and the other, we, for example, have a short but still a list of psychological help available in every city. So it's they are people checked by us, verified that they are okay, and if you are not sure, this list is always there on our website, so you can go there and get psychological help, but it's paid. So they are just somebody that we recommend. If it's about free psychological help, we offer that. But when it comes to those telephones, and that's the last thing I want to say, there is an organization working for kids, for teenagers in Poland. That's actually a very sad anecdote that I still feel urged to repeat, that they said that people calling their line, kids, youth calling their line, many times ask if they are this LGBT free zone because they feel so intimidated that they want to be sure that nobody that is picking up the phone will do nothing wrong, and it's just okay to say about their problems calling this telephone. And when it comes to your question, so the Directorate General for Foreign Policies, or you may correct me if I'm wrong, published a report, as I mentioned before, on disinformation on minorities and specifically on LGBT plus topics in European Union. That is no surprise for us, for me, and I believe for all of you as we sit here, that the disinformation strategies are used to for political purposes, for political campaigns, to gain votes. They are, as Vicky very clearly and very pinpointed it, it's not even about what they truly think. It's what pays off during your election, what pays off at the ballots. So during the pause, during the break, we were even talking how Kaczynski many years ago was actually and affirmatively was supporting. I'm not sure if it was about civil unions, but he was supportive for some legal equality measures to be adopted in Poland. And suddenly the strategy is different because it pays off better in political games. And the strategies of disinformation are mostly the ones we already mentioned. So picturing LGBT as pedophiles, as a threat to Catholic values, as a threat to national values, as foreign agents who cannot be trusted because it's this rhetorics of us and them, used also by Orban and used in Poland as well, and used, to be honest, all over European Union. So it's not only in our countries, it's all over European Union. Mentioning Spain, it's Vox going to their parliament, very far right groups who was supported, among others, by Aste Oír campaign, so Make You Heard. And it was a very far-right organization that can be compared to Ordo Iuris working in Poland and to Agenda Europe working all over Europe. So it's like mutual work, mutual agenda, mutually repeating the very, very same information as you may see. It's like being nearly in one country where every LGBT person is a threat, pedophile, and so on and so on.
And it's interesting because you both made it very clear that even though the imagery is highly emotive, it's actually cold, rational, political power. And it can change the lies.
Yeah, if I can jump in on this information, I read an interesting take on Vladimir Putin's disinformation tactics, and of course it can be connected to the Cambridge Analytica situation and Brexit and how Trump got elected. But what was the point of this article, and I can see a lot of similarities in Hungary, that the goal of misinformation is not to make you believe something what is not true, but to fill, this news channel or this stream of news with so many noise and so many things that contradict each other that at the end of the day, the average reader won't even know what is true anymore and what's not, and what media platform can be trusted and what not. And I think we can clearly see it in Hungary because the ownership of these mediums changed so rapidly that I think people who are not really, deep into this kind of thing don't even know which platforms are government propaganda anymore and which are not, even if you want to avoid it. So it creates a situation that at the end of the day you distrust all media because it's so much noise and so hard to follow.
Right, thanks. Oh, I think we all have the need now to talk about what can we do. This is a really, really difficult situation to manage. Rasmus, you were just mentioning that the European Union is being very clear on its messaging and also on its actions, and you've been impressed by what the Commission's doing. Do you think, first question, it's quick enough, it's loud enough? And the other question goes back to, you started to talk about what else could we be doing as European Union?
I mean, I don't think the European Commission or the European Union is doing enough. And I don't think, I would say I'm impressed of what they are doing, but I see some developments going in the right direction. Maybe that's a political phrase, but still it's important for me to mention because this is a new development more or less, and something we hadn't seen for, I don't know, many years, but it's something happening in the last 2 or 3 years. And I joined the European Parliament, was elected to the European Parliament back in 2019, and a lot of my colleagues sitting there now, but also some of them sitting there before, had fought for this together with activists from different parts of Europe for a long time. And now the first things are changing a bit. And I think it's really important that the European Commission proposed LGBTIQ strategy. It's the first LGBTIQ strategy in the European Union. And looking on the things mentioned in the strategy, I will tell you a secret. I had this in my presentation, but I talked too much about the other elements, so I didn't have the chance to present that earlier. It's a mixture of different elements. It's about coming up with European legislation to ensure equal rights, like, for example, same-sex. Same-sex marriage isn't part of it, but accepting rainbow families, for example, in all of Europe, if you're registered in one of the countries, this is part of it. We would like to see same-sex marriages as part of European legislation. This is one part of it. How to address this on legislative way to ensure the rights of the LGBTI community. On the other side, there are elements like anti-discrimination programs, but also to have some education and some trainings, for example, also for public authorities to raise awareness and to have some more awareness also in public authorities when it comes to the police or to, I don't know, local administration and so on. This is something the European Commission wants to work on. And then the third part is the funding part. There I already talked a bit about it, so I don't want to repeat this. But I think this is the mixture we need to have. But on the other side, they presented it in November, back in November 2019. It was great, and you always get strong words of Ursula von der Leyen. I mean, as Germans, we know her. She's always coming up with some strong speeches. But afterwards, nothing really happened. And I don't know what's the reason for this. Maybe one of the reasons is that, of course, the Commission right now has to deal with the concrete problems with some of the member states, with Poland and with Hungary, and there is a lot of also legal action going on right now. And of course, they are using a lot of resources to address those challenges. But on the other side, if they want to succeed with some of the legislation, they need to start with it now, and they need to come up with the proposals now, also on hate crimes, for example, to put hate crimes against LGBTIQ plus people on the list of European hate crimes. If they want to have something passed at the end of this election term in 2024, then they need to come up with the legislation now, because European politics is quite complicated, and it always takes years before we will have a majority for legislation. And there, I think they are failing a lot, and at least they should do things faster.
I mean, in a sort of perverse way, do you think that this action that we are seeing against Poland and against Hungary could in itself be used as a tool to push the legislation and the other activities that you would like to see?
Yeah, I mean, at least if the goal of the European Commission is what the goal of the Parliament is, to ensure equal rights and to strengthen human rights, fundamental rights, then it's not just enough to come up with legal proceedings against discriminating. Then you also need to do something to strengthen the rights of queer people, the queer community in Europe. And my hope would be that this will happen in autumn, after we are all back in Brussels again. And if the Commission is not doing it, then the Parliament needs to take action, and we need to address this more clearly. And
there's some skepticism in the room. At least one person has also liked what's been written. Do you think the EU will protect its values and risk more countries to leave, or will it try to maintain stability? And we've talked about this, split in the EU that we're seeing, and the more positive discrimination or the positive support of LGBTI, the more hate. I think it was you were saying in Hungary. Do you think that there's enough courage in the institutions?
Well, it depends on which institution we are discussing. We have talked a lot about the European Commission. I'm, of course, talking a lot about how great the European Parliament is as member of the European Parliament. Katharina Barley did the same. I would say when it comes to the European Parliament, we are ready for the fight. When it comes to the European Commission, it depends. They are always trying to find also a compromise internally. There are not just sitting colleagues coming from Scandinavia or the Netherlands. There are also colleagues coming from countries where it's more complicated, I would say. And when it comes to the member states, they are failing completely. And I mean, this is also part of the game. We also need to ensure majority within the council. So this means that we also need to see some more action there. And when it comes to the member states, many of them are not addressing those challenges, and they are not criticizing Viktor Orban or the Polish government. They are waiting for the Commission or even the Parliament to act. And this is what we need to change, and this is also what I think we need to address in our national conversations. Right. Asking our government, what are you doing, or why are you not doing enough to address those challenges? So I'm very skeptical about the Council. I'm a bit more optimistic about the Commission, and I think we are on the right track in the Parliament.
I would like to add something, because it's totally true that the member states have the task to raise their voice. For me, it's quite interesting that when it comes to economics, Germany is able to block everything they want to block. But when it comes to human rights, Merkel said, like, oh, it's not that great what Orban is doing, but taking real action, nothing happens. And this is quite interesting, that economics are going over human rights.
I was just going to ask you, Patrick, whether you see that there could be a leadership role for Germany in perhaps pushing other member states in the Council.
Well, looking at the ILGA map, I would say we are not like the quite best leader.
But also in terms of also looking at for example, the 300,000 people working for German companies in Hungary.
Yes, of course. I think there's, especially when we come to the company thing, I think there is a responsibility for them to do that. But also, I think when it comes to human rights internationally, you brought perspectives from Ghana and Georgia, and I thank you for that, because of course these are topics we need to discuss as well. In this place, Germany needs to raise their voice and to be as harsh as they are when it goes about money.
That can be pretty harsh.
Print this on the t-shirt.
Okay, so
I think this is a very important thing, and we are feeling quite safe here. We have good connections. Katharina Fegebank, the vice mayor, you said, was here, and we are very well connected. There are receptions in embassies, at ministries. The ministries in Germany, they are waving the rainbow flag, sometimes against the Flaggenhissungsgesetz ding.
So I'm not translating that.
There's a law where you are allowed to put flags on official buildings, and so some ministries are doing it against the law, actually. But still, this can be seen as a sign. But we should not make the mistake to think that this is going to take any actions. It's just a flag waving there, but the action is missing.
Do you think that?
No, please.
Dear Germans, do you think that there are politicians in Germany who fear that Viktor Orban will lose the next election and the German car companies will not get as many tax cuts from Hungary as now?
I think German car companies right now have different problems when it comes to the climate crisis. I don't know, actually. I don't have a feeling of that. But I don't know.
But perhaps we've identified one area where, and I think it came very strongly from Victoria, where it would be worth going to the German car companies or the other companies who are invested in Hungary and having that dialogue in terms of could that be a priority for them as well. Rasmus?
Yes, and we actually did that. We wrote to them after the Hungarian law came up, and were presented. My colleague Sergej Lagundinski from my political family, Green family, wrote a letter. I supported it. Some other colleagues did that as well. Now we are waiting for the response. I will let you know. Afterwards, there is one funny thing with the flag issue in Germany. I don't want to talk too much about it, but I tried once to get the rainbow flag on the state parliament of Schleswig-Holstein. It was much more complicated than to get a complicated education law passed in the parliament or to get funding for NGOs. But I just wanted to agree on, Patrick, what you said on the influence Germany has. And I mean, first of all, each member state can do a lot to address this. But especially Germany has a very important role in Brussels. And I would say that looking on European legislation, if Germany really fights for an issue, then things will pass at the end. And this is what you actually mentioned. For example, on the recovery money, it was a big conflict because some of the richer states doesn't want to give money to the southern European states, and Germany at the end changed the side. First they blocked, and after Merkel made an agreement with Emmanuel Macron, everything was possible. And then of course they had some debates in 5 days, and it was terrible, but still things changed after Germany changed the opinion. And this is also what could happen when it comes to human rights issues. And I don't think that Merkel or other politicians in Berlin are actually afraid of getting Orban or getting a new president of Hungary. I guess they would love to get a new president of Hungary, but I think that they don't have the same awareness of human rights issues. It's not so close to what they are working with, and this is the problem. And this is why I think that no matter which party we are talking about, it's not party politics. I just want to be very clear about that. But that after the federal elections in Germany, we will have the possibility, also as NGOs, as activists, coming up with our thoughts and our ideas about what should be addressed from a new German government when it comes to the LGBTI situation in Europe. And I think this is really something where also NGOs have a great responsibility to ensure that the next government will put this at the front of the coalition agreement, because if this is just something the parties or some politicians in the parties have to deal with, then it won't happen. And this is why I think this is important also to address, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks before the federal elections in Germany.
Right, thanks so much.
There's one thing I would like to add, because it sounded like I was telling that Katharina this morning did like show politics. Hamburg, for example, has the rule that when official delegations are going to St. Petersburg, which is a twin city of Hamburg, that the issue of LGBTIQ people in the city needs to be addressed. So there's an official thing. And this is something more cities should do. And quite interesting is that this rule doesn't count for our partner cities in Tanzania and in Nicaragua. Maybe this is something we as a community should work on, that in every partnership thing of the city of Hamburg, that we encourage the politicians when they are going there to address the issues of queer people there.
And it's very interesting, actually. I'd love to come back in a minute to the question of symbols, but perhaps first, Manuel, the Rainbow Twinning Cities Network also makes sure that politicians sign the document and not just the civil society organizations. Is that also an attempt to say, hold on, you can have all the goodies, but you have to really commit politically?
Well, I was listening attentively to what everyone was saying. I will go to the answer. So, of course, for me, it's really encouraging to have a member of the European Parliament here that says that they are really to fight for what is right. So that's really encouraging as a citizen here in Europe. But also, I also feel, I understand that we all want fast changes, right? Especially because it's a human right, so it shouldn't be debatable. Everybody who's here and probably watching understand that. However, we need to understand also that it's a long process. Like feminism and the vote for women took many years, and we should know better, yes. But we have to deal with what we have right now. I will get back to that point, but before I would like to highlight the importance of a flag, that sometimes we might think as an activist, or when we see people dying or being stabbed, of course, that doesn't represent anything, and we want faster changes. However, a flag and the meaning of a flag, and especially a rainbow flag, and I believe that, I believe that, for instance, when you are able to see the rainbow flag haste in Warsaw, for instance, being part of the community, at least it will give you hope, I would say, that somebody's watching. And I want to say that because as part of our activities within the Rainbow Cities, we have an action that is called Share the Rainbow. And it's basically exercising safe diplomacy, where with the Twin Cities mechanism, some of our cities sent a rainbow flag to the Twin Cities, the one that they selected. It was a gift. Of course, the Twin City could just turn it down. However, and I was talking later in the lunch break, that happened last year. Leuven, which is a member city, sent a flag to Warsaw. And the good news was that last year, even though there was probably not a parade and everything, the rainbow flag was raised in the Warsaw City Hall. So again, probably it didn't change, not the rhetoric, and probably people were still attacked. But at least I believe that we as an international community, without being really frontal, and that's something that, again, I totally get the position of the activists, but also I think that if we come into a conversation with the sword in hand, probably the conversation is going to be over. And that is also reflected when it comes to the Twin Cities. Now, when somebody leaves the table, then you don't get agreements. So I think at this point, we have to, sometimes it's really, we cannot understand that the other one clearly is doing something illegal or that we cannot tolerate their actions.
So there is a red line.
Exactly, but again, if everybody leaves, then it's going, then you have to invest time to get back. Then you have to invest time to start the conversation going. So I think sometimes, and we have to be smart too, or smarter, because now there are studies that are proving, at the end, cities are trying to be competitive, right? And there is studies that shown that being diverse makes a city more competitive. So let's say, again, I'm totally for the rights, for human rights, and then the battle of the human rights is pure in itself. But if we're having trouble, well, let's speak the language that they want to speak and use it as a tool. I'm not saying that we need to convert and then just sell human rights. No. So just to be clear, it's just okay, let's just show them why it's important.
Okay, it's the coercion. We'll come back to the commitment of local government in a minute, but there's a question also here. How was the debate about the Rainbow Stadium during the European football thing? How did it come across in Hungary?
Well, it was very, very exciting, and when this propaganda law was introduced, we put up a petition that was signed by 130,000 people. It's a lot. In Hungarian standards, it's a lot. And so that was the first wave. And when there's this anticipation that people want to do more, but they don't really know what to do, and then came this petition for the Munich stadium, and people were all over the place. And when we heard the decision of the Munich City Council that they are going for it, it was such a joyous thing. It was all over the Hungarian media. And then when UEFA decided, no, you cannot do it, that was a lot of people very, very, very angry with UEFA. And especially after that, at the European Championships matches in Hungarian stadiums, there were people who had rainbow flags on them, and the security took it away from them. So I think this is very, very controversial. How can you go to an UEFA event and get a rainbow flag taken away from you, but at the same time they didn't allow the stadium in Munich to be lit up? And when the activists went to the street and they were distributing rainbow flag, I think everybody was loving it. Everybody who's not crazily homophobic in Hungary, but it was not just about the LGBTQ community. It was really an act of defiance and an act of standing up, and it received a lot. And there were some people, I think, who said that, now this whole debate about the Munich stadium is taking away the light from what's actually happening in Hungary. I think it is on the contrary. It helped us to stay on topic, and because everybody knows Orbán is a big football fan, he built a I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 stadium right next to his house in a village. There's a village of 1,000 people, there's his house, and 2 houses next to the stadium.
That happens in Germany as well, but
it's crazy. And Orbán didn't go to the match.
Oh.
He missed it. And he planned some like very nuanced like diplomatic meeting instead of it, but he wouldn't have missed it for a word. And the Hungarian team played very well on that match. And Orbán missed it. Why? Because he cannot stand a few rainbow flags around him. Like, so that sparked such a joy. And we also have a joke party in Hungary. So there's like a little bit of a culture of satire and irony when it comes to surviving under this regime. And I think this is the main reason why we had so many people in the Pride March, because it was not just about LGBTQ rights anymore. It was about, you know, the little people standing up to this big, enormous, like giant regime and saying, putting up a middle finger.
Right, and the power of symbols.
That was the general atmosphere, and it was a lot of fun.
Right, I mean the power of symbols, and it may be the middle finger is also a symbol.
Yes.
Okay, let me just come back now, Manuel, if I could, to the local government, the importance of having, and we've talked a lot about the importance of having, for example, Germany pushing other member states, for example, the other EU institutions being on board. But what about local politics here?
So we'll have to understand at least the members of our network come from different countries. So of course, what I'm about to say, it doesn't apply to every particular local
depending on their structures.
Exactly, because it's different. However, as I was saying before, local governments, I would say it have it easier in the sense to regulate certain things that could improve the situation of their LGBTI citizens within the city. So as I was saying, the cities, are a stronghold to defend human rights, and clearly, and sorry to say that way, the cities who are part of the network are doing it. So probably you also saw watching in the news as a response of what happened in Munich, that they were not allowed to light the stadium with the rainbow colors. Many cities, and I'm pleased to say that a lot of them, member of our network, they lighted not only one stadium, but rather several public buildings with the rainbow colors. It happened here in Hamburg too. It happened in basically Cologne, Mannheim, basically in almost German cities. I think also Heidelberg. So that's, again, I come to the relevance of symbolism. And the most nice thing that I experienced being in Germany is that the society actually, obviously I cannot say everyone, but a large part of the society supports such decisions, which shows that we are not alone. And that's very important to highlight. And again, local governments, I believe, just to answer your question, it's a pathway to secure or to defend certain basic human rights.
Right, and to keep the consistency, I can imagine as well. Patrick, I can't help but when we were talking about not using the sword but using symbols, you were getting a little bit hot. When is it justified, or when do we need to use the sword?
Always. I think it's very important to remember where the LGBTIQ movement comes from. And this was a fight, and it is still a fight. And we're fighting with words, but sometimes the queer movement, from my perspective, is a bit too fast when it comes to compromises. Saying like, oh yeah, well, better than nothing, thank you. There are countries, they are not campaigning for equal marriage, they are campaigning for civil partnerships with NGOs. And I'm like, well, you're offering the compromise, what do you think you will get? So of course we should not slam the doors and walk outside, but we need to have a proper discussion, and we have to be very clear, and a compromise is not always the solution. Sometimes a compromise is no solution, and then we need to go in different ways. But I think fighting is very important, and I'm a fan of the sword.
Of course, what I meant there, because definitely rights, and we have to go through history. It's not my position, it's just history. Rights have been claimed They are not asked. So, of course, and when you claim them, I mean, most of the times you have to fight for them. However, this particular sentence that I used with the sword, there was a time, and I want to share this experience with you because I thought it was wise. I'm not going to reveal, but once I was in this meeting, and there was, sorry to put it that way, but it was a princess from a royal house in Europe, and I'm not going to disclose which one, but we were talking about several stuff, and one about those, it was the activism, and then she mentioned this, and that's why I always like to put it this way. She mentioned, like, when someone comes with the sword in hand, I will hear, because, of course, but definitely I will not be able or even willing to help. Okay. So that resonated with me. And of course, again, I'm with Patrick totally. This is a fight and we have to claim our rights. But sometimes I think we just have to be smart. And I know patience, I mean, using the word patience sometimes is even an offense because people are dying. I totally get it. But again, probably I'm just an idealist, and then we just need to be smarter.
Okay, and the smartness is to do with enabling as well. And I think we've been talking about this a lot of times, enabling, giving tools to the community, but also to the general public as well. Oh, Patrick is getting excited.
I would like to say we have to enable the civic society, but when we're claiming our rights from our governments, we don't have to be shy. All
right, thank you. We're coming to start to think about wrapping up. I have 2 more questions up on Slido, but I know Eva is here, so perhaps I could ask Eva to pose her question herself. Would anyone else like to speak? Otherwise, let's hear a question from Eva, because it's very interesting looking at the global role of Germany with its inclusion law.
Ich werde Sie auf Deutsch sprechen, weil ich das...
Okay, if you could just keep it a bit short then and I'll translate.
Yes. Im März diesen Jahres hat das Kabinett beschlossen, das Inklusionskonzept für LSBTI,
inclusion law from this year
für LSBTI-Menschen, Menschenrechte, die einzuhalten sind bei aller Zahlung innerhalb der Entwicklungshilfe.
Okay, and when we're looking at economic cooperation and economic support, that LGBTI rights have to be respected.
Eine Gruppe, die Yogyakarta-Allianz ist, hat seit 2012 daran gearbeitet, also Zivilgesellschaft, dieses Gesetz voranzutreiben. Jetzt in diesem Jahr ist es erlassen worden.
And civil society has been behind getting this law up and running, based on the Yogyakarta principles.
Und ich frage mich, in welcher Weise das vielleicht schon also bei uns bekannt ist, erstens, und wo wir das in unseren ausländischen Zusammenhängen auch einsetzen können, okay, dass es eine Bundesregierung gibt, die unsere ist, die da was in dieser Weise erlassen hat.
Okay, so the first question is it known in the community that there is this inclusion law and what it's able to achieve? And the second is it actually effective? I wonder if perhaps, Patrick, you could start to answer.
Well, actually, during lunch break, Eva gave me a little TED talk about this, because I didn't know anything about it. But I educated myself, and I saw it's like a 29 criteria catalog of points where countries need to show that they are respecting LGBTIQ and minority rights. And it was quite interesting because I think it was not 2012, it was earlier, because the German government, the federal government, said this Yogyakarta criteria catalog, I don't remember the name, is an important contribution for civil society which is suitable for objectifying the debate on the issue of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And they said it in 2007. And I read it and I thought, oh, well, it sounds nice. And then Rasmus in his presentation showed us the ambassador from Germany to Ghana, who just said, like, yeah, we're sharing the same values and stuff like that. So the real question behind is, of course, it is a good thing to stick on human rights, not only to queer rights, but to human rights when and values, when it's going about which country are we supporting economically and helping them to develop their infrastructure or whatnot. For me, it sounds like a nice idea, but I don't have the feeling, I never heard that we passed this law.
Okay, so not well known, but it's also interesting that you're saying we don't need to just be thinking about economic cooperation and aid. We also need to be thinking more about general diplomacy if we're going to play a role in the world.
The very important thing, and this goes with Rasmus, what he said earlier, is that when we are cutting funds from the EU or from the German government when it comes to economic cooperation and development, when we are just cutting the funds and not supporting local human rights organizations, nothing will change. The Polish said, okay, so we are giving you 3 times more than you were getting from the EU when they were cutting the funds. And then when we save this money, by not giving it to the countries, we need to take this money and support the local structures on a very easy way with money so that they can do their very important work and do not worry about how they are going to be financed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Can I add a little bit?
Please.
So, yeah, well, firstly, I'm gonna a teeny tiny bit disagree with you. But I know you love it. So, when you said that when funds are taken away, that doesn't have much effect, I think it really boils down to how much funds are being taken away, because as far as I remember correctly, this Helena Dalli type funds cut like Erasmus Plus money, like a drop in the sea in a city's budget. So it didn't really mean much. It was like mostly symbolic. But when we talk about Hungary's recovery fund, that's a huge amount of money. So I think, and in Hungarian media, it really resonated that, you know, Orbán is not playing by the rules. And what is very, very interesting in Hungary, and if you look at the polls, you know, the Eurobarometer polls every country how popular the EU is, you know, this is how the EU institutions are like. And every year, Hungarians trust EU institutions more and more, and Hungarians trust Hungarian institutions and the government less and less. Mm-hmm. So and when an EU institution says that you are not playing by the rules, I think the vast majority of Hungarians really believe that they are saying this in a truthful and unbiased manner because they trust these institutions. And for the funding part, I think I think it is a very big systematic problem how EU funds are distributed. And there is I think it's not going to be sustainable to go on without core funding on a long term. Like, it is very, very much needed, and it is crazy how NGOs should operate, that you have to come up with new projects every year to be able to apply to EU funds. But in the meantime, you cannot sustain your base work. What you were founded to do, because you need to come up with new projects, and also the administration is crazy. I think in the Hungarian LGBTQ NGO scene, there are 2-3 NGOs who are even prepared to write an EU grant and do the administration part. It is so complicated, and that thing, I think it could be fixed, and that thing could mean a big impact, even introducing small grants or some easier type of funding when small NGOs can apply and can, fulfill the administrative requirements.
Okay, because we're being smart here. We're all talking the whole time about being smart.
I just want to say that we don't disagree. That we are on the same page. I'm in favor of cutting the funds, but then they need to take the money and put it into the country for NGOs.
Okay, and that's where Rasmus wants to come in now. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, true. I mean, I fully agree there, and this should also be my point, right? To say that cutting the funds for the governments and giving it to NGOs, but maybe also sometimes regions, local communities where actually development is very important, and maybe things are also changing a bit. We can see Budapest, for example, and also Polish cities doing it different than their governments, and to support local activities. This will really be important, and I think this is really something where I also think that the European Union is not doing enough. And then I also agree fully on that it's too complicated for small NGOs. It's the same discussion you also are facing in Germany to get European funding, because the rules are complicated, and then there are some European rules coming from Brussels and some national rules additionally, and they always want to check each bill you have to pay because of the project. So this is much too complicated, and we need to change it. I fully agree. I just also wanted to come back to the question of you, Eva. I didn't hear about that as well, like Patrick, but I would like to say that I think it's really interesting to come up with this right now, because also at European level, in the European Union, we are starting a process right now to discuss humanitarian aid of the European Union, how this should be paid, how the criteria should be, so all of the maybe more complicated and boring stuff for people not sitting in the budget committee in the European Parliament. We are discussing this right now, and this is why I think your question already did something great, because I would like to hear a little bit more, because maybe some of the things in the law, in the German law, could also be used at European level in the next step, but right. I don't want to agree on this because I don't know much about it, but I would like to learn a little bit more, and maybe this could be a good impulse or for the European discussion as well.
Thank you, and we have access to all of the questions. Just as we answer them, I'm getting rid of
So starting from Yogyakarta principles, we actually we are very familiar with them. We even published them into Polish, and they are I see this fist raised. I raised them as well. So I also recommend them to you. It's a very important lecture and a ready document. Maybe needing some revisions, but we have them in Polish, sadly not in German, but I'm sure there are some translations to Germans as well. That's one thing. The other thing is I completely agree with simplifying the procedures on European funds. Also, there is in Poland specifically, there was a consultation process on a partnership agreement between Poland and the European Union. So again, maybe twinning city is some money, but a partnership agreement with all the funds talking over for 7 upcoming years, going from EU to Poland, is something big. This is where we have to pressure the Commission, the EU in general, and so that they pressure Polish government to include pro-equality and anti-discriminatory points in it. So made this holistic approach of remembering about human rights, about LGBTI rights in every policy, in every program that we establish, that we fight for, that we apply for. That's one thing about that. The other thing is Polish government started a program that is called Polish Order. Sounds very scary, and it is scary. Somebody, I don't know who, but somebody even opened a website where you can check how much money will your local government lose because of the Polish order. So it's again what Rasmus just said. It's not giving or trying to omit giving the funds to the national governments and try to decentralize all the procedures so that it goes directly to local governmental units, or simplifying the procedure to apply for European funds so that civil society organizations or even informal organizations, because these are the ones who need the funds the most, can apply them easily without counting every paper, as you said very clearly. And coming back to Ghana, because I really like this example as well, above all, you as a German have a foreign policy on LGBTI people. So it's even more surprising that in the name of this event, somebody, the ambassador, so like the highest head of the highest representative of a country say something like that. So I think you have a great tool that we don't have, for example, in Poland, to put pressure on your foreign bodies because you have pro-LGBT foreign policies.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just looking to make sure that no one would like to speak. If not, I'd love to hear from each and every one of you. Choose one person in this group, look at them in the eye, and tell them what you would like them to do over the course of the next few months. All right?
That's an interesting game.
So you can look and find someone else. It can be something, it can be the... It doesn't have to be the sword, but it can be. So let me start with the activists. Justina. Who would you like? It could be someone you want to collaborate with, but it could be someone...
Miguel.
Manuel.
Oh, sorry, Manuel. Manuel. I would like you to put in contact with some cities from LGBT-free zones in Poland and cities that adopted pro-LGBT declarations.
Yeah, do I have to reply?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You can just go, wow.
Okay. Thank you.
Interesting concept, right? Getting that dialogue up, but I can feel that there's some challenge that's coming out of there.
Because there is some challenges, yes, always.
Brilliant, thank you. What about you, Vicky?
So hard. Rasmus, I'd like you to help us start a dialogue with how can we put the issue of Hungary and LGBTQ rights and rule of law in Hungary into the front of the German federal elections, and how could we reach what you just talked about, that the next coalition government, probably coalition government, could really take a firmer stance in this.
Thank you. Patrick, who are you looking at?
I'm looking at Rasmus as well. And what I would like you to do is, first of all, to continue your work in the Parliament, but then I think it's very important when we're talking about European values, what we did today a lot, and when we are talking about European values, we are doing it to separate it from things that happen in Hungary and in Poland. I would like you that the European Parliament or the EU is having like a code of conduct?
Could be.
Is that the right word?
Yeah.
What is it in Germany?
What would you say in German?
Ne, sag mal. Was heißt
I only know it as code of conduct in Germany as well. Verhaltensregel.
Yeah. So that we're having a code of conduct that's saying what are our European values, especially for LGBTIQ people.
Okay, thank you. So that we're not using this values thing without actually knowing what's behind it. Who are you going to look at?
I'm going to look back at Justina, right?
Yeah.
And it's actually, so challenge accepted, and I would just like to ask you if you will help me to reach those local governments.
With pleasure.
Awesome. Oh, I love it. Great. Rasmus, who are you going to look at?
I mean, I have two eyes, so I can look at you and at you, because I just want to say thank you for the work you are doing, and I would like to ask you for continuing the fight you are dealing with. And it means a lot, not just for LGBTI in your countries, but also in the whole of Europe. And for us, it's really important to have activists there. And I mean, it's much easier to fight this fight in the European Parliament or to fight the fight as an organizer of the Hamburg Pride or in other networks, but what you are doing in Poland and in Hungary, this is really important, and this is just what I would like to say, and where I think it's important that you are continuing the fight and that you are using organizations like Hamburg Pride. I'm not allowed to talk on behalf of Hamburg Pride, but I'm doing this now, but also members of the European Parliament, to support you in the struggles you are dealing with in your countries. And then, of course, I'm happy also to contribute and to work on this together with you.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to all of our activists. I'm going to call you all activists. A wonderful panel. And thank you also for all the questions that we've had, and just the eager listening that I've seen here. I think it was one of the things that you said we need to do also in order to move forward in the field, is to listen and learn. And I think that's this situation, the whole day, has been a real exciting learning experience.
Thank you for the wonderful moderation.
Oh, you're
You've been
very welcome.
fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. So what are we taking away from this? I don't want to be the one who has the whole, meaning at the end and summarizes. I've got some points that I'd like to bring across, but I would also like to ask you for one last poll. What's your message that you're taking out of this day's conference? Your message for everyone out there on human rights for queer people in the EU. Do you want to pick up on any of the messages that you've heard just now? Or do you have your own message? Just some of the things that I've picked up, because I have this wonderful position that I don't have to think. I'm just there to listen and learn. We do have a massive problem. We have a massive problem not just of human rights for LGBTI, but human rights for the whole of European citizens. And that's something where the whole rule of law is being threatened. This is a massive problem, and we haven't mentioned the 1930s, but we've sort of alluded to it. You know, the sort of first they came for the socialists and I said nothing, that sort of thing. So this is a massive sense of urgency. But we've also seen that there's a lot going on, and even though 75% is not as good at all as we would like it, it's not as good as in Spain or Sweden, 75% is a difference. It's a big difference to how we had acceptance for the LGBTI community 10 years ago. So we're on the right track, as Rasmus said as well, but we need this strong political, high-level support at all levels, European, national, and also at the local levels. And we've seen that there are lots and lots of opportunities for us to get involved, and we've also seen that we've got to be really smart about it, because just cutting funds or just doing symbols is not going to work. So we had that wonderful discussion between the two of you, where we need to be smart about our tactics, just as our opponents are being smart about their tactics. I think the whole question of partnerships has been proven. Also in our final round, we've already created a partnership here between the Rainbow Cities Alliance. And that goes for all of us too. There's nothing to stop us entering into partners and being more than the sum of our individual parts. And at the end, just let's go and see what you have said. What is it? What is your message? I can do something small. Keep on fighting together. Claim your rights. I can't scroll that, so I'll just read you. Still a long way to go. Where are we? But events like this and the wonderful activists make me hopeful. Continue the conversation even if it's scary or hard. Reach out and connect to others. Keep on fighting together. Do not look away. Open your eyes and ears and stand with us. I hope that means us and not the US. Can we come and visit you in Hungary and Poland?
You are very invited.
So with
Yes,
that,
and we are very happy to have you.
wonderful. So let's keep up the conversation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good fight. Thank you.
Before we finally stop, I would like to thank a few people, and I will start with the people who did all the techniques here from the AFA Connect. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sound, for the lights. I think it's a very beautiful room. We spent our day today. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. I would like to thank Marius and Anja, who were the interpreters, and I hope I have both names right. I learned a lot of new names in the last days. I would like once again to thank der Behörde für Wissenschaft, Forschung, Gleichstellung und Bezirke, dass das hier möglich gemacht worden ist. Ich kann das wirklich sagen, für mich ist heute ein großer Wunsch in Erfüllung gegangen, über den ich mich sehr freue. Und dann möchte ich mich gerne bei euch bedanken.
I think you need to speak English again.
I need to speak English.
What happened?
It was the Bezirke brought me to German. I realize it now. And I would like to say thank you for all of us, for your perspectives. And one thing is very important for me. We heard a lot about the struggles you are having. And I hope that everyone who was watching it, everyone who's here in the room, that we are not going home thinking of, oh, how bad is the situation, but thinking of what can I do? And when this is the part where we are leaving, then I'm happy. So keep on fighting together.
Oh. To give you strength for the fight.
Is the chocolate?
Oh, thank you very much. Lovely. Great. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Stand up, stand strong, stand together. That's a great motto, isn't it? There it is. What is it? What? It's a homage to mothers. Delicatessen. Mm.